Here we go. Welcome in, folks. This is the 488th episode of the Dean Wither Show. For everybody who's tuning in live today, thank you so very much for being here. We have so much to cover and many debates to be held. Now, if this is your first time tuning in, you are in for a motherfucking treat. Every single day for around 4 hours, we talk to Trump supporters and we try to change their minds on why they're Republicans, on why they support Trump as president, because I believe that Donald Trump is a very worst president of your life and mine, regardless if you're 818 or 80 years old. The purpose and the point of this live stream is to drive people further left. By the way, I've seen this a lot recently on TikTok, especially TikTok. A lot of people on the left seemingly spreading misinformation about me. I've seen a lot of people calling me a Zionist. I would just like to clarify for everybody watching. I think that Israel is a genocidal ethnic expansionist state. I endorse multicultural democracy. For that reason, I can never endorse either the state of Israel as it exists or any state which could theoretically exist, which would include a necessary pre-component of ethno-supremacy, which is inherent to Zionism. So I'm not a Zionist. I just thought I'd clarify that for everyone watching. But anyways, folks, before we hop into the very first debate of the day, we already have our very first Trump supporter named Ali connected to the stream. Let's go ahead and go over the breaking news. So I'm pretty sure that if you're involved with politics and you've been keeping track of what's going on, you're familiar with Mr. Mitch McConnell, who has now been in the hospital for close to 50 days. There's been plenty of online speculation that Mitch McConnell is frankly dead, which would kind of make sense because it's looked like he's been dying for the past couple of years. First and foremost, let's point out the obvious. Term limits, please. There's no reason why incoherent senile 90-year-olds should be in Congress. I'm not saying that it's bad to be an incoherent senile 90-year-old. I'm just saying that you probably shouldn't be running the world's most powerful country. You know what I mean? Like, that's common sense. But anyways, so Mitch McConnell, he's a representative of the state of Kentucky. And today, the governor of Kentucky, Andy Beshear, called Mitch McConnell out by posting this on the internet. Let's go ahead and take a look at this letter together where he called Mitch McConnell out. He says, we're just going to read the very last paragraph here. As the governor of the state you serve, because Mitch McConnell serves as a senator from Kentucky, I'm calling on you to directly and verbally address the people in Kentucky and provide proof of your capacity to serve or to resign. I'm further sending this letter to the majority leader of the Senate. Per our research, a vacancy in the Senate occurs when a senator dies, resigns, or expelled by a vote of the Senate itself. If you're unwilling to voluntarily show that you still have the capacity to serve, I will insist that the leader of the Senate investigates your condition, report to the American people, and begins the process if warranted. So it is kind of it has come time for Mitch McConnell to either stand up, show out, and demonstrate his abilities to serve, or to hit the road. And once again, there's a chance that he's already dead, as a lot of people across the internet have been speculating, and a lot of people across the internet have been, making jokes of. Mitch McConnell posted a picture of, released a picture of him with one of his family members, and then we saw Jimmy Kimmel AI's own face onto Mitch McConnell, suggesting that maybe the photo was fake. But it's good to hear that there's finally somebody from Kentucky speaking up, and we'll hopefully see, the McConnell chronics coming to a close. Now, let's go ahead and hop into that very first debate of the day. Ali, why don't you go and repeat the reasons you told me earlier insofar as why you support Trump as president?
Yeah, I said I supported him because of abortion and ICE.
Okay, let's go ahead and start with that first conversation of abortion. I'd assume that this means that you think that abortion is wrong or abortion should be banned. I'm just going to give you my honest thoughts, and I think that, I'm really speaking for a lot of people that actually get abortions here. The reason why abortion is not wrong is because the reasons to get an abortion simply outweigh the reasons to not get an abortion. There are plenty reasons to get an abortion. There are emotional reasons, there are financial reasons, there are medical reasons, there are instrumental reasons, there are relational reasons. There are so many reasons to get abortions. But what are the reasons to not get an abortion?
Well, I think it could really, if, you got me there. I concede. Can we talk about ICE, though?
Well, if you can't think of a reason why abortion is wrong, why would you be pro-life?
5 Nights at Freddy's. Are you gonna hit the gig where I just...
All right, everybody. We've had a lot of trolls as of recently. I'm so sorry for this, by the way, folks. They just have no decorum. They have no respect for literally anybody outside of themselves. They are clout-chasing fiends who literally couldn't care less. You know, they don't care at all that we have thousands of people tuned into the broadcast to watch some debates. They don't care at all that they just completely threw off the intro for the YouTube stream. They are clout-chasing fiends that are just self-enriched in their own interests and couldn't care less about anybody but themselves. You know, no respect for anybody else, no respect for anybody else's boundaries. You know, that's the way that a lot of people are, unfortunately. Let's go ahead and move on from that clout-chasing fiend who just wants a clip at the expense of genuine debate and dialogue to change minds, to get people to vote better in the upcoming elections. You know, and move on to the next guest. Charles, I appreciate you for the well diving. Only opposite of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Here we go. We got the next guest, Gabe, loading up into the stream right now. Only opposite of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Welcome in, Gabe. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, how old are you?
I am 18.
What year are you born in?
2008, April 29th.
What's that sound?
Nothing. I'm in my room.
Not doing this again today, bro. Moving on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Let's go to get the next guest, Jackson, loading up inside. I'm just not
We
good
are
again.
teen winner.
Guys, the purpose and the point of these live streams is to change people's minds, to get them to vote for progressive politicians in the midterms. I'd appreciate if y'all would respect that goal by only hopping inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Mr. Mike, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. Let's get 200 Mike W's down below in that chat. I'm very grateful for you. Thank you so much, Mike. Let's get 200 Mike W's. Mike with the $20 says, yay, hungry for Dean's cooking. Grill all of the MAGA steaks. We're trying, Mike. We're trying to find the first Trump supporter of the day. We're trying. I appreciate you for the $20, my friend. As well as Mary, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you so much. Welcome in, R. Do you support Trump?
I love you, Dean.
All right, guys, that's 5 trolls down. We're going to move on to the next person. Only hop inside of the queue if you're here for a debate. Palmy, appreciate you so much for the gym gun. I'd hope that you guys know the rules by now, as I've made them very clear. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, or are you the 6th troll in a row?
I support Trump.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2008,
What month?
September 7th.
All right, man. That'd make you 17. You are the 6th troll in a row. Please have more respect for people outside of yourself. The purpose and the point of these live streams is to try to change minds, to get more people to vote for progressive politicians come the midterms. And by trolling, you are, destroying my ability to do so. That's 6 trolls in a row. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Welcome in, Do You Support Trump. That's 7 trolls in a row, everybody. Let's go to get that next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Please, we're just looking for some debates now. Make sure that you guys are double tapping away on that phone screen. That's 5 with a handful of friends. That's 8 trolls in a row. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Please and thank you. Only hop inside of the queue if you are here for a debate, everybody. Only hop inside of the queue if you are here for a debate, everyone. Let's go to try to get the next guest connected right now. Let me know how your day's been so far down below in that comment section. It's certainly good to see you all.
Masturbate me, Dean. Masturbate me.
That's 9 trolls in a row. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello?
Dean.
Hi. Do you support Trump?
No, Dean, I love you.
That's 10 trolls in a row. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you are here for a debate, please. I'd appreciate that. Thank you. Kenny Boy, thank you for the 12 euros over on Super Chat, who says, was funny catching you in that abortion live earlier. Dude, I've been hanging out in a lot of like smaller pro-life lives recently, just debating abortion. I've been having fun, bro. Welcome in, Tate. Do you support Trump?
Oh my God, I'm so sorry I didn't hit me down.
12 non-Trump supporters in a row. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Only hop inside of the queue if you are here for a debate, everybody. Moving on. Here we go, everybody. Here we go, everyone. King of the Golden State, thank you for the $10. Who says maybe let's raise the term limits to 21? Like, do you mean? I'm confused of what you mean by that. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you do happen to be MAGA, everybody. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Lewis? Lewis, you have 5 seconds to respond. I know that you're here. You requested to join, then you accepted that invite. All right, that's 13 trolls in a row. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, everybody. Goose, appreciate you so much for that galaxy. That's very kind of you. Thank you so much for that love and support. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
What's up? Of course I do.
How old are you?
19.
What's your birthday?
November 30th, 2006.
Okay. Yeah, you would be 19. Why don't you go ahead and tell us why you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Dipey Donald?
What do you mean the worst? He's
I mean-
the only one that's going to release the Miami Mall incident photos and files.
All right, that is 15 trolls in a row. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president, please and thank you. Here we are, everybody. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? That's 16 trolls in a row. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump as president, everyone. Here we go, guys. All righty. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
Goose, thank you so much for the galaxy. How old are you?
I'm 20. My birthday is December 31st, 2005.
Do you work a job? Do you go to college?
I go to college, but
How
I don't
many-
work a job. I am disabled.
How many credit hours do you do per semester?
Less than 6. I can't. Not like 6 or maybe less, maybe more. Just depends on what I can.
Are you on
handle.
track to get a degree in 4 years?
Hopefully. I mean, I'm failing. I'm disabled, so you know.
Okay. I'm sorry. I don't believe you. You wouldn't be on track to get a degree in 4 years if you're only doing 6 credit hours per semester. That's 17 trolls in a row. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, everyone. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We got ZYC loading up into the box. Only do up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
Yeah.
I don't even know why I asked.
18.
I don't even know why I asked that question. That's 18 trolls in a row. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, guys. That's 18 trolls in a row. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box. Thank you so much, Toe, for the galaxy. That's very kind of you. Thank you for the love and support. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
18.
Okay. And what's your birthday?
October 20th, 2007.
And you actually support Trump?
Yes, I do.
So we went 1 for 20. What that tells me is that approximately, let's do the math here. 5% of the people in the guest requests are Trump supporters. Goose, thank you for the well diving. And Flower, thank you for the galaxy. We really got to do something about that, everybody. If only 5% of the people inside of the queue are Trump supporters, and the rules in the middle of the phone screen say 18 plus American and MAGA, and I continue to repeat that we're just looking for Trump supporters, I just think that we have a real issue there. Everybody. Why don't you go and tell us why you happen to support the very worst president of your life, Mr. Dipey Donald?
Yeah, so firstly, I want to make like a little bit of a distinction. I'm talking about supporting him for presidency, not as a person, not his beliefs, not his actions against women or people in the past, specifically in terms of his, policies and as a political president. So I think there's a few things to talk about. A, finances, the financial situation of America. B, international relations. C, I would like to talk, if you would agree, about Israel specifically. I don't know if you noticed my page. It's a lot about Israel politics, but obviously that's up to you because I know you would maybe want to focus more on American politics.
No,
And,
I actually kind of want to talk to you about Israel first. Are you familiar
can I
with the
ask you a
speech?
question? If I could please
No,
screen record this and maybe post some of this on my channel later, if you consent.
Yeah, you could find the full VOD on my YouTube channel as well. You don't even need a screen record. You could just find the VOD on my YT channel. Yeah, I just want to quickly ask you a question about Israel.
Yes.
So, are you familiar with 1 Samuel 15:3 in the Christian Bible?
No, but I'm not I don't believe in God.
Okay. Well, let me tell you about 1
I'm an
Samuel
atheist.
15:3 in the Christian Bible.
Okay.
1 Samuel 15:3 in the Christian Bible. God commands Saul and his men to slaughter the Amalekite people. If you
Oh, I've heard of
specifically
that. I
read
didn't
1
know the
Samuel
verse, but I've
15:3,
heard of
one
that.
moment. If you specifically read 1
Sorry.
Samuel 15:3, God tells Saul and his men to kill every man, woman, child, and animal. Okay? And in a speech, Netanyahu actually compared the Palestinian people to the Amalekite people and compared the IDF's war against the Palestinians to Saul and his men's war against the Amalekite people. So I guess here's my question to you. What do you think the similarities are between what Saul and his men did to the Amalekite people in the Bible and what the IDF, Israel, Netanyahu are doing today to the Palestinians? Because if Netanyahu compared these two things, it means that Netanyahu thinks that there's some similarities.
That's a very difficult question because I never read that verse, so I don't know the context. Because perhaps there would have been, for example, let's say those people that I forgot their names, the Amalekites, whatever, they were attacking the Israelites. I don't know because I've never read those verses.
The
Then maybe
newborns
that
were attacking the Israelites?
no. But like maybe there could have been. Listen. You're asking me to draw similarities about a page in a
No,
book
I'm
I've never read.
not asking you to draw similarities. I'm asking you to articulate what you think Netanyahu thought the similarities to be. Because what it sounds like
I'm
to
not
me
a
is Netanyahu
psychologist.
is just loudly announcing his genocidal intention. If he's saying that he wants to do to the Palestinians what Saul and his men did to the Amalekites, he's saying that he wants to slaughter every Palestinian man, woman, and child.
But I mean, clearly that's not what happened because if he wanted to, he would. Which, like, I'm not saying that I don't sympathize with the tragedies that are happening.
So then, what were the similarities between what he wants to do to the Palestinian people and what Saul and his men did to the Amalekite people in the Bible?
I don't know because I've never listen. Wait.
Wow.
Let me try to like articulate my point a little bit better. I'm sorry. Also, like English is my second language, so the thing I'm trying to say is that there could have been some sort of similarities that I am not aware of. So, for example, they could have been fighting against the force. Yes, maybe not the women and children, but like the Bible is also it's fake. It's stories. Maybe God told them to do that, and the similarities is that they're acting in the will of God. Sorry for any religious people out there. That's just my opinion.
So
That's
they're
my take.
acting in the will of God to kill men, women, and children.
They're acting in the will of God to protect Israel. And let me get a little bit more into that if I can. So yes, he says, wait.
No, man, that's just, listen, I want to go front to back. I want to start with finance. That's just the one question I have for you. It's like, I just don't understand genuinely how anybody could ever support this terrible, terrible, terrible state of Israel. Okay. Like not only do they have the bloods of tens of thousands of innocent men, women, and children on their hands. I mean, the ICC issued a warrant for the arrest of Netanyahu. They've gone into Lebanon and ethnically cleansed the southern border of it. And now there's illegal settlers going into the West Bank. And it's like every time I talk to His Highness and they try to tell me why they think what Israel's doing is justified and how this relates to these abundant civilian casualties. Well, you just say, well, they don't mean to kill the innocent civilians. They don't mean to kill the women. They don't mean to kill the children. Okay, but then in a speech, Netanyahu is like, well, the Palestinians are kind of like the men, women, and children that Saul slaughtered in the Bible. Like, okay, alrighty. Now, the first point that you made there was about finance. So you support Trump because you think he's good for the economy.
That's not the only reason, but that's one of the reasons.
So what's one macroeconomic indicator that's better off today than it was a year and a half ago under Biden?
I mean, economic policies take time to form. You can't just judge it a year later. For example, when he talked about the tariffs, even when he was running before he implemented the tariffs, he said, and he admitted that they will take time to make the economy better. He didn't think that they'll immediately become like a significantly better place. They both knew, he knew that it's going to take a lot of time to make it better, but also I think there's a lot of external factors that, make the economy worse. So for example, the war with Iran, when you go into war, the economy is gonna, it's gonna suffer, which I, by the way, disagree with, but the economy is gonna suffer. So even if theoretically his financial policies were good, do you agree that it could still be that the economy got worse, even though even though his policies were good?
Well, I mean, I think that we need to evaluate the hypothesis based on the data presented. And if the data presented is that the economy is significantly worse off today because of his policy, and we have no good reason to believe that it's going to be made better in the future because of his policy, then we should reasonably conclude that maybe he's not good for the economy and his economic policy sucks. So the question is, okay, if you accept that so far in the last year and a half of his second administration, every attribute of the economy has been made worse, from GDP to employment to inflation to real median wage growth, well, then you're either going to have to give me an argument for how his policy is going to be beneficial in the long term, or concede the point that no, he's clearly not good for financial concerns.
I disagree with, because you're saying we have no reason to believe that it will get better, but I'll explain to you exactly why I do think that it'll get better. Okay, so let me
here's
speak
what I
my
want you to
claims,
do.
okay?
I want you to name the Trump policy, and then I want you to articulate how it's going to be beneficial to America in the long term.
Okay, so there were two main economic policies that he passed in this term. So one of them were the tariffs changes, and the other one was implementing a new tax structure during the Big Beautiful Bill, right? Do we agree on that? That's the two main policies that we should talk about?
Yep. Now name how those things are going to be good for America in the long term.
I will. So firstly, I believe that tariffs are going to encourage more American factories to produce things locally. And I believe that long term, term, those things will A, create more jobs because, people need to work in those factories. B, they're going to make the production more streamlined because, like, for example, when you need to harvest some materials from America, there's a lot of materials that we have to export and we will continue exporting, even though there are tariffs. But there's a lot of things that we can get from America, which will eventually become cheaper once we don't have to pay for shipping, for transport costs, once we don't have to pay for the countries who are getting them. It's going to be a lot cheaper. But mainly, I think that we just have a really big, job market issue and we need to create more jobs. And it's our responsibility as a country to take care of our people and to create those jobs as needed.
Okay, you're wrong about everything that you just said. I'm going to debunk them methodically. Your first point was that the tariffs are going to drive more manufacturers back into America. Wrong! Quite frankly, if you search up FRED, which stands for the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, real private fixed investment into American manufacturers, you'll actually see that the level of investment to build manufacturers today, meaning that they're going to open their doors in like 7 to 15 years, has plummeted since the implementation of Trump's tariffs. Why? Because his tariffs have created an unstable investment market, disincentivizing further investment, therefore disincentivizing further expanded production. The second point that you made was that it's going to be good for manufacturers because it's going to allow them to export. I mean, just wrong.
Export less.
Yeah, exporting less is bad for manufacturers because that means less revenue turned, which means less productive capacities, which means less jobs, which means increased propensity for bankruptcy, which is also resembled in the data because last year in 2025, we had the most manufacturing bankruptcies in 15 years. But I think the main point that I want to try to toe across the line here is, no, these tariffs will not incentivize more people to move into this country and manufacture in the long term because the tariffs in and of themselves aren't long term, and it disincentivizes the investment today to open the doors for a new manufacturing plant 10 to 15 years in the future.
Wait, can I just respond to something? Everyone's commenting saying that I have ChatGPT fixed. No, I swear this is not ChatGPT. I swear to you guys, on my life, I'm just speaking this. Okay, anyways, let's get back to your points. So I think that you're not taking, what do you have to say to the claim that, what other alternative way do we have to create more jobs? Because you would agree that we need more jobs, right? So what do you have to say on that?
Whoa. Wow, that's crazy, dude. So I actually, frankly, just gave you an argument that these tariffs are not going to create any jobs, but they're actually going to reduce jobs.
Then what's your alternative? So what's your alternative then? Because we need more jobs. We don't have,
what's my alternative to implementing policy that reduces jobs? Not implementing the policy.
But how would you create? Because you have to understand that we have to do something in the economy.
By not implementing the policy, you actually are creating jobs in comparison to the implementation of the policy that gets rid of jobs.
But I think there's a few things that we have to talk about when we talk about tariffs. So you said your main claims were that it's going to be harder to export because of tariffs. But we're also getting more money because of taxes because there's two main options.
Oh, you mean the $171 billion that was taxed by the tariffs that ultimately American companies and American consumers paid for that now has to be refunded to those American companies because the Supreme Court ruled Trump's tariffs as illegal?
Are you talking about the EU ones that 90 hours later?
I'm talking about literally all of the tariffs from Donald Trump's first year and his second term that were ruled as unconstitutional that now the government has to refund plus interest, meaning that they're actually putting our government into the red.
When? Were they ruled?
When was this ruled on? Yes. Okay, but 3 months ago.
3 months? Are you actually?
Yes.
Are you trolling?
Yes. I'm being dead ass.
Wow. Wait. Okay. If that's right, then I'm going to, of course, research more about that later. And oh my God, that's insane. Oh my God. Wait, I'm Googling this as I'm talking to you. Sorry that I'm not educated on everything, but I'm not trying to excuse myself. Obviously, that was my responsibility to study that. But wow, that's crazy. Honestly, I would love, if you're willing to talk about Israel because I'm reading the chat and I would love to explain my stance. But if you want to talk more about deportation, for example, then I vibe with that as well.
Let's just go through the list of things that you gave. Okay, so then the second thing that you gave was that you agree with his immigration policy. All right.
Yes.
Why?
Yes. So I think that I think that firstly, I'd agree with there's two different policies. One, there's deportation, and two, there's immigration. So for example, I believe that we're taking on too many immigrants because I view countries kind of like as a put your own oxygen mask on first before helping others kind of situations.
Unless it's Israel.
No. Also, if it's Israel.
Okay, so we should stop funding Israel and rather redirect that funding to the 1 in 5
Yes,
children who are
I'm just a
starving in West
Zionist.
Virginia.
I don't think that we should fund Israel. I'm just a Zionist externally to that. I don't think that
Okay.
Zionist.
Okay. So then, why is Israel relevant to the reasons why you support Trump as president?
Because I don't want an anti-Semitic president.
Oh, wait.
Wait, let me explain to you. Wait, let me explain.
This begs a very important question. Do you think that do you think that A, Kamala Harris was anti-Semitic? And do you think that B, people who are anti-Zionists are by definition anti-Semitic?
Of course not, but there is some overlap. Like, it's a Venn diagram. Like, I'm not saying, I think that a lot of people, for example, surely you're not anti-Semitic. I don't think you care if someone was Jewish, but you are anti-Zionist.
Okay, well then it's not a true dichotomy to say that because Trump loves Israel, you support him, because the alternative would be to be anti-Semitic.
What I meant to say is that ideally, if I were to create my dream president, he would be neutral on Israel and all issues regarding Israel. But I knew that Trump would get the hostages back, because the situation back then when we were voting is different from now, right? Back then, there was an active war. Right now, there's a ceasefire and the hostages are back. But I think that back then, we did have a responsibility to get the hostages back, whereas now we don't have any responsibility to fund Israel anymore because, like, it's done and they should kind of just, like, clean up their own messes. So I think that back when there were hostages there, especially because there were some American hostages there, then we did have a responsibility to, help get them free.
Yeah, listen, I agree with your moral conviction that innocent people should not be kidnapped. I agree with your moral conviction that innocent people should not be held hostage. But apparently we disagree on my moral conviction that innocent people shouldn't be killed. And
I believe
that's kind of like where we disagree. I don't understand why we could disagree that innocent people shouldn't be kidnapped and held hostage. But then it's, as soon as we start talking about the claim that innocent people shouldn't be killed, well, then it's like, well, if they're Palestinian, maybe they're, as Netanyahu said, just like the Amalekite people in the Bible, and they're all evil and we need to kill them all, men, women, and children. But you told me you wanted to debate me about immigration. I actually asked you a question about immigration.
Yes, that's true. I'm sorry, my bad. In my defense, you did mention Israel when I said something about that. You were the one who brought it up.
Maybe I did. But I want you to tell us why you agree with mass deportation.
Yes. So as I said, I think that that's when you brought up Israel, that I said that I think that a country's responsibility is to protect itself before protecting other people. And I think that people who come to immigrate, they're obviously in very unfortunate situations in their home countries. Usually people who are in good situations in their home countries can take the time to do the immigration process legally. And it is in their best incentive, if they're making good money back in their home country, to take that time to do that process legally. So would you agree that most people who are seeking illegal deportation are very much likely to be in an unfortunate situation in their country, meaning to come from a country that's less developed, have a lower...
Anakin, thank you so much for the level group. Yes.
Okay, you would agree.
That's just the natural incentive for immigration.
Yeah.
The natural incentive for immigration is to move from a worse state of affairs to a better state of affairs.
Yes. Okay, we all agree. Well, I don't know. Maybe you just love America and you think everyone from Norway wants to come to America. Well, anyways, so I believe that that we right now have a lot of people unemployed who are Americans, and when we give people, their spots, they're going to potentially take their jobs. Now, I am not talking about, for example, people who are coming for a college who can get legal college visas and do stuff like that, because then, they're going to get jobs.
Let's just reduce your claim. You're just saying we need to deport all the immigrants or else they're going to steal our jobs.
No, I believe that theoretically there should be some statute of limitations on like deportation. For example, if you're here for 10 years, for example, then
Okay, just in two sentences or less, why is Trump's mass deportation good, bro? Come on.
Saving jobs, giving more jobs to Americans when there's more vacancy in jobs that Americans can fill.
Okay. A is just not true.
Why don't you think it is true?
Because undocumented immigrants as a whole actually create more jobs. Like what do you realistically think happens when we have a demographic?
The way
of
to create
individuals
more jobs
who are
is to start a business.
who generate an economic surplus that pay 1.1 through 1.7 trillion dollars per year into the GDP and pay over $100 billion per year in taxes annually. Like there's a reason why job openings have gone down with more deportations, and that's because those deportations have significantly destabilized our economy and created a less preferable state of affairs for the for laborers. Okay, if your claim was true, okay, that mass deportation created more jobs and or created more job openings, well then why in the last year and a half have we had less jobs and less job openings?
I think that correlation does not equal causation. And I think that considering the fact that you do concede to the fact that those people are usually uneducated, I'm not trying to be racist here, I'm just talking about the people who have the incentive to immigrate to America illegally. So considering the fact that you do concede that those people are usually uneducated and take jobs that don't require a high barrier to entry, then those jobs should theoretically be very easy to fill those vacancies with American people who need jobs. So can you explain to me why those jobs can't easily be filled, considering the fact that they're, have a very low barrier of entry? Like, we're not deporting engineers.
Thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate you. Okay, so the first thing I'll say is I think that you're wrong to say that all undocumented immigrants are less educated, that even generally undocumented immigrants are less educated. What is true is that they are at a higher propensity to fill lower skilled labor groups, okay? But the thing is,
Yes.
The U.S. Bureau of
Okay, so
Economic
that's
Analysis
an-
tells us that immigrants increase wages for low-skilled labor groups by 1 to 2% annually. And on top of that, what your question, why couldn't immigrants just fill those, citizens fill those jobs? Well, you understand that jobs are created by demand for the goods or the services that the jobs are producing, right?
Yes,
so the thing
of course.
is when we do a mass deportation of 14 million undocumented immigrants, we're not just getting rid of them as people to open up job vacancies for Americans, because jobs just aren't handouts like that. No, we actually see jobs go away and companies go under because now all of a sudden they have less laborers, meaning that they have lower means of production, and they have less consumers, meaning that in consideration to the fact that they now have lower means of production, they also have less people to sell the goods that they produce too. And this is just what the data shows. Show me one economic study in which would indicate the conclusion that when we do mass deportations of millions of undocumented immigrants from across the country, that we're expecting a stronger, more American-centered economy where there are now more Americans working with more job opportunities for them. Prove that to me by giving me an economic study in which demonstrates that conclusion to be cohesive and true.
What your analysis explains is why, it'll destabilize businesses. But what your analysis misses to explain is why those businesses won't have an incredibly easy time to refill those vacant spots. Why would it take more than
Why
literally
are you asking me a
week?
question instead of giving me a study?
Because you're a professional debater, and the entire concept of your channel is to engage meaningfully with topics and not just talk
but
about
I think
statistics.
in order to engage meaningfully in topics such as conversations surrounding the complexities and the nuances of economic outcomes produced by major policy-oriented moves such as the mass deportation of millions of undocumented immigrants, okay, you're going to have good reason to believe in these things. I'm just simply asking you, why is it reasonable to believe that you're right? And the way in which I'm asking you to demonstrate that it's reasonable to believe in what you're saying is to give me a study in which echoes what you're saying. If you were right and mass deportation was super good for the American economy, bolstered it and created more jobs for Americans and reduced the unemployment rate for Americans, well, then there'd be a study to demonstrate that that claim is true. Do you have an economic study to demonstrate that that claim is true?
No, but let me explain why I believe that study cannot exist. Wait. No. Listen, everyone knows that you're a better debater than me, and that's you're being too proud of yourself that you're beating me. Of course you're beating me. You're way more educated. You're a professional at this.
Bro, I never said I was proud for beating you, dude. What?
You seem very happy that you're kicking my ass, but I'm trying to explain why the fact that you're kicking my ass doesn't mean that I'm wrong. It's just because you're so well spoken and so smart. But let me explain my thing, okay? So I think that there could never be a study like this because the jobs that are employing illegal immigrants, obviously, they're not going to get them for statistics because it's illegal. They wouldn't want to employ an illegal immigrant.
The Bureau of Labor Statistics, alongside the American Immigration Council, do report that 8.3 million undocumented immigrants are working in the economy. We could yield this conclusion with the use of big means, such as looking at the fact that we literally have work programs and permits for undocumented immigrants so they could use ITINs to get a job. Thank you, Obama. Or the fact that we could generally describe the economic output of undocumented immigrants. Look at institutes like the Cato Institute that did a study on the economic output of undocumented immigrants, or once again, look at the American Immigration Council, and then by their economic output and other economic facts such as, how much money they're likely to get paid in comparison to citizens, and then how much citizens get paid, and then what percentage of what they get paid do they pay in taxes, and then what percentage of what they get paid is then spent in the economy. We could then work backwards with those facts to then yield the inductive conclusion that there's probably X amount of undocumented immigrants that are working, which is exactly why your claim that we can't study the impact of mass deportation on the job market is false, because we do study the impact of mass deportation and undocumented immigrants on the job markets per the literal studies that I just gave you, per the literal institutions that I just that I just gave you, and per the literal inductive argument that I just gave you. So you're confidently wrong.
Would you agree that if a study is required to make companies that are doing illegal things admit that they're doing illegal things, then the study is inherently flawed?
Okay. A, no, because nowhere in the inductive case that I just gave you does it require companies admitting to doing illegal things. And B, it's not always quote unquote illegal for an undocumented immigrant to work. It's just illegal for them to be here because of the work programs laid out by people like Obama.
Yeah, so the thing is that the study that you're looking for cannot exist. And let me elaborate on that for just a second. I'm sorry that I'm not as fast.
Bro,
okay?
you're repeating yourself. You already said it can't exist. You already explained the reasons why you think it can't exist. And then I already debunked
Then I'm not
the reasons
convinced by your
why you
reasons.
said
I
it
think
can't
your
do.
reasons are not good enough because you have a hole in your logic.
My reasons literally just falsified your claim. The claim that you
don't think
made
they
is that the
falsified
study can exist because it would first necessitate that companies admit to doing the illegal practice of hiring undocumented immigrants, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, you should be convinced that you are wrong because I can falsify that claim. I'm going to falsify that claim again. Are you ready to listen?
I am locked in.
Okay. Studying how many undocumented immigrants are working in America does not require that companies do admit to doing illegal things for two reasons. The first reason is because in many circumstances, it's not illegal for a company to hire an undocumented immigrant as long as that undocumented immigrant is in the undocumented immigrant work program and has an ITIN. The second reason why is because to even study cases where there are undocumented immigrants working illegally, we don't have to get the company that's employing them to admit to it. We just have to look at the overall net economic outcome of undocumented immigrants, compare that to citizens, and then we could contrast other facts such as what are they paid on average, how much do they pay in taxes on average, and what they're spending on average to kind of work backwards to then therefore yield an estimate, a good estimate of how many undocumented immigrants are working.
But when they're paying their taxes, like, how would you know if they're illegal? I get what you're saying. You're saying let's reverse engineer it by the things we do know, but how would you know if they're illegal?
When you pay taxes, that is attached to you or your business. You pay taxes on a social security number or an EIN, okay? But when an undocumented immigrant pays taxes, clearly they're not going to have a citizen social security number, and clearly they're not going to be the citizen owner of an American business attached or affixed to an EIN. So when people pay taxes without those things, okay, well then we could also check if they're like a resident or they have a temporary or legal protected status. Okay, if they don't meet those criteria, well guess what? They're an undocumented immigrant, and then that could be verified through like applications and approvals, or even existing in like the ITIN work program for undocumented immigrants. But once again, like the main thing that we're looking at here is we look at the overall economic production of undocumented immigrants, and then we average that out to determine how many undocumented immigrants are producing, and then that's a general gauge in contrast with maybe what their labor force participation rate is and what the general unemployment rate is for everybody in the country to how many undocumented immigrants that are working.
Okay, that does kind of make sense. Also, to your chat, everyone's saying me, she's an Israeli. I looked through her page. She supports Netanyahu. I do not. All of my page is anti-Netanyahu. Okay, I got to educate you because you don't know these faces. I'm working with the opposition. That's my job in my life. So I just want to say that. I'm a Zionist that's working against Netanyahu.
Do you think that abortion's wrong?
No. I think that, like, it's something in between. I don't think that it's just a clump of cells and it's nothing, but it's also not a baby. So I think given the fact that it's not fully a human, the human mother should get more rights on her autonomy to her body. But I don't think it's like a clump of cells.
Why do you still support Trump, considering the fact that I've beaten you on the conversation about economics, I've beaten you on the conversation about immigration, And because of Trump, 66 million American women and girls don't have access to elective abortions in this country. And every 24 hours like clockwork, 60 women/girls who are raped and impregnated are denied access to abortion in 10 of our 50 states.
I think that firstly, it's not that he made that. He gave the states those choices. So the thing is, if
and
a
if
state
Robert
is very...
E. Lee won the Civil War, he wouldn't be in part responsible for slavery because he just upheld individualistic states' rights to legalize slavery. Get out of here.
But I think that like if a state is very, very right wing, like it has a state can have a right to impose to a certain extent, its own beliefs on their people. So for example, a state that is
If I know that if I give my child a gun, they're going to take that gun to school and kill 10 people, but I decide to give them access to that gun nonetheless, and then they choose to take that gun to school and kill 10 people, am I partially responsible for them taking that gun to school and killing 10 people?
You're fully responsible, but let me tell you the difference, because I think but let me tell you the difference.
So
because
Trump
I think that we're
knows
talking
if
about
he gives the ability to states to ban abortion, that they will ban abortion, and then he gives the ability to states to ban abortion, and then they do ban abortion, he is partially responsible for them banning abortion.
But abortion isn't a school shooting. Like I said, I think that abortion is a gray area. So for example, like I said before, I'm an atheist. So I don't think that a Bible should be a part of a school's curriculum. But in states like Texas or states that are extraordinarily right-wing, then I do believe that they have the right to implement the Bible.
Can you actually respond to the argument that I just gave you? You seem to be avoiding it.
Yes.
I'll repeat it.
You agree? I'm not avoiding it.
That if I know that my kid, if they were to have access to a gun, would kill people with it, I am partially responsible for them killing people with it. So if Trump knows
but the difference is
that if states were to have access to legislating on abortion, then they will ban it. Okay, well then he's partially responsible for them banning it. There's no difference in these two scenarios as it relates to determining the responsibility that would fall on the individual that allowed the second person to gain access to something and then what they did with said something due to the fact that they saw it as a reasonably foreseeable outcome.
Yes, but the difference that you have to make is whether we're saying that banning abortions is like a school shooting or whether it's closer to things like teaching Bible at schools.
We're not comparing the actual action of
I know,
banning
you're comparing the
abortion
responsibility.
to the
I caught
actual
that.
action of shooting up a school. We're comparing the dialogue and the train of thought that would amount to determining who is and is not responsible for these particular outcomes. How about this? How about this? Okay. If Trump gave the ability to the states to legalize slavery, and then they did legalize slavery, would Trump be partially responsible for the legalization of slavery?
Yes, I just don't think that banning abortion...
If Donald Trump gave to the states the ability to criminalize abortion, and then they did criminalize abortion, why would he not be partially responsible for criminalizing abortion? The only thing that we are changing in that thought process is the ability that he's giving to the states. But you're saying in one scenario he's responsible,
I do
and
think
then in the other scenario he's not responsible.
No. I'm saying no. I said he is responsible, but the difference is what that responsibility leads to. So because I think that abortions is a gray zone, I think two things. I think that it was not just like it just wasn't that big of a deciding factor when I didn't cast my vote because back then I was underage. But when I was deciding on who to support, and even when I'm deciding who to support now, I just don't think that's one of the main issues because I think that it just affects a small percent of the population.
What?
And B, I think that. Yes, I think that it affects
66 million American women and girls don't have access to elective lethal abortions. What?
Yeah, but how many need but how many of those women would want to get an abortion and need to get an abortion and could not get that? Like you're talking about all the women who are living in places where abortion is outlawed, but you're not talking about the women who need them. Obviously, you're just casting a wider net than the one we should be talking about.
Wait. Freedom is valuable for the sake of it being a freedom, not for the sake of you actualizing that freedom. Okay?
I agree.
It's like, think about it this way. Let's just imagine...
Oh, people are calling me Netanyahu.
Let's just imagine that like really, really, really poor people don't have enough money to buy bottled water. You know, they could only ever drink from like public water fountains, or they could just get cups of water from restaurants that are willing to give them to them for free. They're probably not going to buy bottled water. Okay.
Yes.
But then we ban poor people from buying bottled water. Okay. Would we agree that's a really bad thing to do with a immense impact due to the fact that we're restricting the freedoms of poor people, even though those poor people usually don't actually buy bottles of water? Like, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So
but
freedom is
here- wait.
valuable for the sake of it being a freedom, not only in the scenarios where you actualize upon the freedom to do the thing.
Yeah, for sure. But the thing is, every single thing in an election, every policy, every thought, and every word is important to some extent because we're talking about hundreds of millions of people. So, of course, everything is important. But what I'm saying is that in the grand scheme of all the other topics that were more important to me when I was choosing who to support, and even when I choose who to support now,
Okay,
that
but
is on
seemingly
the
like you
lesser side of
conceded
things.
those other topics. You conceded the debate on finance. You conceded the debate on immigration.
Honestly, the main
You
thing
agree
was
with
back
with the fact that Donald Trump has done something really, really bad here by banning and restricting women's access to abortion. So at this point, have I changed your mind?
No, you have not changed my mind. And let me explain why. And here, everyone in your chat is going to be, I know they were waiting for this because of Israel. Okay, I'm sorry. But I think, yes. Okay, I know I'm reading the comments and everybody's saying, like, she's Zionist, kick her out. But no, okay, let me explain. I think a few things. Firstly, just even externally to Trump, I don't really understand why you're not a Zionist. You said that it's a genocidal state. I strongly disagree. You said that, like, you're obviously pro-Palestine. I think those two do not contradict each other, contrary to popular belief. You could be pro-Palestine and a Zionist. And I think that, lastly, when you pick a president, when an active war is going on, then you have to think about how that will affect the war. And at the end of the day, the war ended thanks to him. He was the one who pushed Hamas and basically made them shit their pants, and that's why they agreed to a ceasefire. I don't believe that there would have been a ceasefire, even if it's not ideal, and it wasn't ideal, even if it's not perfect, and it's not perfect, I don't think that there would have been any sort of ceasefire if he was not in office.
Okay, so first and foremost, you said, why am I not Zionist? Because I believe in multicultural democracy. That's why I'm not Zionist. Because I think that multicultural democracy is important. I fundamentally disagree with ethnostates. I only agree with multicultural democracies. The second
would
thing
you
is
agree
here,
that
I'm asking, so the second thing is here, I'm trying to determine why you still support Trump as president, and then you say it's because he ended the war. Okay, so, you know, like the ceasefire the multiple rounds of ceasefires that have gone into effect and then been violated by Israel in less than 24 hours. And by the way, here's what I'll say. I think that we've seen continued acts of aggression from the state of Israel, even during periods of ceasefires. Okay, like I wouldn't say that there's a cease to the fire when there's still illegal Israeli settlers on the West Bank. I wouldn't say that there's a cease to the fire when there's still an illegal occupation of the Gaza Strip. I wouldn't say that there's a cease to the fire when there's still an illegal occupation, acts of aggression towards an ethnic cleansing on the southern border of Lebanon. And then the last point that I'll make here is seemingly you're telling me that while you support Trump because he's doing something good to save lives overseas, and you think that's what he's doing in Israel and Palestine, all right, bro. Well, in fact, over the course of the next 4 years, he's going to cost us 14 million lives overseas by his efforts to defund USAID. The Lancet did a study on this, and they concluded that because of Donald Trump's attempts to defund and his successes in defunding USAID expenditure, 14 million people are projected to die over the course of the next 4 years across the globe that would not have died, okay, if Kamala Harris had won the election and never defunded it. So in other words, you're going to have to demonstrate that Donald Trump is doing something more meaningful in Israel and Palestine than saving 14 million lives.
Yes. So I would like to respond to multiple of those claims. So first of all, I want to ask you a yes or no question. Do you agree that Israel is a Jewish state right now?
Yes.
Great. 20% of their population are Arabs, and they have equal rights. So I think to that extent, that is not like an evil I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with that word, but I can.
It's literally enshrined into the Constitution of the State of Israel that it is a Jewish state by definition. It is an ethno state by definition. But by the way, you're completely avoiding all you're completely avoiding all the points.
No, I'm going one by one. That's not true. That's not true. I'll get to them. Okay, I'm just taking it alphabetically. Okay, listen. I think that the fact that Israel is a Jewish state is like saying that Italy is a Christian country. That doesn't mean that that place is inherently bad. It is Christian. Israel is Jewish. That doesn't mean that people don't get equal rights. That just means that we want to keep a Jewish majority, A. B, it means that our priority is to protect the right of Jews to practice their religion freely, because we have seen time and time again across the world that Jews do not get that right living anywhere else. Also, C, you said that we've seen that like ceasefires are ineffective because right now, like, even though there's a ceasefire in Lebanon, they're still shooting Lebanon. There's not a ceasefire in Lebanon. There's actively a war in Lebanon. So I think you got that wrong. But lastly, I do believe that was more meaningful because I think that when there are Americans being kept hostage, then yes, that is important to me on who I'm voting for, who is going to end that war. And also, I don't know if you guys could infer this crazy fact from my page, but I am, in fact, originally Israeli. I'm American Israeli. I was born in America, in Florida, moved to Israel, moved back. Anyways, so my point is, obviously, that would like be very, very important to me.
Okay, you still have one more point to respond to before I respond to you.
Okay. Do you want to tell me what it is, or are you gatekeeping it?
No, it's the point that I made that you said that you would respond to that you didn't, about how you're going to have to demonstrate that Donald Trump is doing something more meaningful in Israel and Palestine than saving 14 million lives, because the global cost of his efforts to defund USAID over the course of the next 4 years would be the expense and death of 14 million lives.
So you are pro-Palestine, so I'm sure you did the math on the rate that Palestinians and innocent lives of people are being lost in Gaza. So I'm sure that given that math, you should know that even a month or two more...
I'm just asking you for what the argument is.
I know, and I'm getting there. Okay, so I'm sure that you know that even 1 month more of war could be catastrophic in terms of pain to Gaza, pain to Israel, pain to the hostages. So so I feel like to that extent, don't you at least agree to some point that ending the war is an important priority?
Okay, so instead of responding to my question, you're asking me a question, so I'll take that as a dodge. You said a couple things there. The first thing that you said is that Arab Israelis have equal rights. That's actually fucking contested, okay? Legally speaking, that is absolutely contested. Why would I say this? Well, when we look at like the 2018 nation state law, which defines Israel explicitly as a nation state of the Jewish people, I mean, how could Arab citizens have equal rights given the governance of the Constitution designating it as a nation state of the Jewish people in which they are not one of? Okay. The second thing that I'll say here. One moment. The second thing that I'll say here are there are plenty of social and economic disparities that exist inside of the country. Like, for instance, Arab municipalities and schools frequently receive significantly lower state funding and infrastructure budgets in comparison to Jewish localities. Okay. We also see that there's a significantly higher percentage of Arab families that live in Israel below the poverty line in comparison to Jewish families that live in Israel below the poverty line. And Arab towns consistently rank lower on average socioeconomic factors in comparison to predominantly Jewish areas and localities within the state. And as well as, I mean, you could read paper after paper after paper from human rights organizations across the globe that point towards systemic challenges in building structures, manufacturing plants, and even houses, specifically in the state of Israel for Arab Israelis compared to Jewish Israelis because of those social and prejudice systemic issues. But the last point that I made, once again, that you still have not addressed, was very simple. The actual human cost of the Trump administration over the course of the next 4 years is 14 million dead people across the globe, specifically and only as it relates to his defunding of USAID. And then you said that, oh, well, he ended the war in Palestine. I think that Palestinian individuals would disagree with you, especially Palestinian individuals that do or did live in the West Bank, but then had an illegal Israeli settler, I don't know, shoot their kid in the head while they were in school. I mean, it wasn't even a month ago that a U.S. representative by the name of Rokana from America was arrested and detained by the IDF in the West Bank, just like many Palestinians have been arrested, detained, and killed over the course of like the last 60 years. And that is certainly still going on today. There's no argument that could be made that the casualties are over, that the oppression is over, that the apartheid is over. And in fact, relating back to your point that these things are over, even if that was true, this doesn't mean that the civilian casualty and death toll in the Middle East caused by Trump is over, because guess what? He just started a new war in Iran, where he then bombed and killed 186 girls in an elementary school in southern Iran, blew up civilian infrastructure such as roadways and bridges, blew up oil depots in their capital of Tehran, which then caused oil clouds and smogs to fill the air, which then caused oil rain, which then caused their streets to get set ablaze on fire. And it's ridiculous. ridiculous for you to say that, oh, if there's just one more month of what Israel was doing in Palestine that is now over, trust me, bro, even though Palestinians say differently, that's going to account for the 14 million people that he's going to kill over the course of the next 4 years. Well, even if that was true, this just simply changed the casualties from existing in Palestine, like the West Bank and Gaza, to Lebanon and Iran. So I've still not heard a sufficient response nor defense from yourself as it relates to why you ultimately think that what Donald Trump is doing in Israel usurps and succumbs over the harm caused to Americans through his destruction of the economy, usurps and overcomes the harm caused towards the Americans by taking human rights away from women and girls by banning their access to abortion, which you agree with, by the way, because you said you're pro-choice. You haven't been able to describe what he's doing in Israel that usurps and overcomes the total human death toll across the globe over the course of the next 4 years, being 14 million people dead because of his attempts to defund USAID, or the total harm caused to victims and survivors of sexual violence and domestic abuse across our nation by putting a rapist in the Oval Office who then used the power vested in the presidency to break the law and fight against the release of the Epstein files, which is not only underserving justice to the survivors of Epstein and those related, but also socially promoting rape culture and more rapists to a higher degree, because now instead of men being told that if they rape a woman, they're going to spend the rest of their life in jail, now they're being told that if they rape a woman and she proves it in court, maybe they could be the next president. And all your response to all of this harm is to say, oh, well, he's doing something really important in Israel. But then when I'm like, okay, well, could you specify the calculus on how this outweighs all of the harm? You just can't.
Okay, so you said a lot of stuff. I'm going to try to touch on everything. So first of all, you talk about the Epstein files. I genuinely believe that if Kamala was the president, they wouldn't have been released. I think that all of the politicians have connections to some extremely corrupt people who are most definitely in the files. And I genuinely do not believe that they would have been released if Kamala was the president. And I don't think, honestly, like, I'm not even sure that you believe that, because we all know that she has ties with some extraordinarily corrupt people as well. Do I think Trump is like a sick, disgusting person for being the president? Yes. But I don't think that that actually normalizes rape, because I do think that rape is like, I don't think that rape is like a normalized thing in society. Like, at the end of the day, nobody wants to go to jail. Rape is an irrational reaction from evil people who want to take out their irrational anger on innocent people. It's not rational. They don't sit at home and think, yeah, I do think that this one night of pleasure is worth potentially going to jail for 10 years, because no rational person would make that calculation. So I just think that rape is not an act of thought. Like, nobody sits and thinks about, should I rape someone, and comes to the conclusion of yes. They do it out of anger. They do it out of like just being like horrified that someone says no to them. And it's obviously disgusting. I just want to make it very clear. I don't want it to come off as if I'm obviously like defending rape. Like, that's disgusting. I just think that people who are rapists are not smart. They don't think about it. And like, yeah, so I think that rape is not normalized.
Okay, so you're saying
anymore.
that like rapists are just like really crazy, dumb, stupid people who act off of their impulses. There's just no way for them to like rationally conclude that like this is, there's no way for them to rationally conclude that this is like a good thing to do. They just genuinely don't care about anybody outside of themselves. And they're just crazy, dumb, stupid people who would like legitimately be better off, like sequestered away from society, because they're just not fit to even be a civil person. Correct?
Yes, but when I voted for Trump, I don't
but apparently,
wait,
you know, one of these really degenerate men who should just be sequestered away from society because of how inherently irrational he is and how much he just hates other people and doesn't think about himself in the slightest, and he's just like really mad and irrational and deranged, should be president?
Yes, and let me explain why. I think when you're voting, wait. I think when you're voting for one person, you're voting actually for an entire administration. I'm not just weighing Trump against Kamala. I'm weighing everyone in their administration. I'm weighing their policies. I'm not weighing who they are as people, because then, like, obviously no one would support Trump, because that's fucking crazy. I think that you're weighing their policies. And honestly, you often criticize the morals of Trump supporters.
Who are the policies created by?
People in his administration, not him.
And who appoints the people in his administration? Charles,
I'm sorry, what did you say?
And who appoints the people in his administration?
Him, but he still has advisors. Wait. Listen. Can I ask you a question?
Wait, and who picks the advisors?
I don't think that directly him. I think that at a certain point there's so many people there.
Just who picks the advisors? Who picks who he's gonna listen to?
Trump, JD Vance, probably they have.
So I want to clarify. So Trump chooses his advisors. Trump chooses the people on his
best
cabinet.
incentive.
Trump
Wait, but it
chooses the
isn't-
people on his administration, and Trump chooses his policy. So ultimately, the source of the policy, the source of the advisors, and the source of the other people on the administration is a crazy, reckless criminal thug who has no coherent, rational bearing whatsoever, and you just think he should be completely separated from and sequestered from society as a whole. And that's what you want the ultimate source of governance to be contingent upon for the most powerful country that has ever existed in the history of our kind.
Yes, and let me ask you a question, okay? Wait. No. Let me ask you a question, okay? I think that it's in his best interest to like appeal to people and be smart. And since he knows that he's not very smart, he probably has incentive.
Was it in his best interest to rape a woman?
Like, yes, maybe because he knew that he was rich and powerful and could get away with it, and he's a disgusting, vile person, and he knew that he could get away with it. So maybe
his
it wasn't
interest
his
is just like self-gratification and satisfaction at the expense of others.
Yes,
so
and
you
some
want
of
a
that
president
satisfaction is
who's
to
going
appeal
to
to the
self-enrich himself at the expense of others.
That's not who I listen, that's not who I want as president. If I could have any other person who believes in what he believes in terms of policies, literally any other person, I would choose them.
Okay, you just said any other person in terms of policy. A policy is a bill passed through Congress and signed into law. So what's your favorite Trump policy?
My favorite Trump, well, it's not really a policy, but the fact that he ended the
But you
Israel
just said
war.
that you would appreciate anybody else who has the same policies.
Listen, can I ask you a question?
But a policy is a bill passed through Congress and signed into law. I just want you to name your favorite Trump bill that was passed through Congress and signed into law, bro. Come on.
As of right now, I would say it is mass deportation, but I'll have to research all of the sources that
But
you
you
cited.
conceded on that earlier, bro.
No, I conceded that given what you said is true, then I would agree. But I'm just not sure what you said is true. I'd have to do my own research. Like the fact that you say something is true.
How about this? Is there literally anything that Trump as a person could do that would make you stop supporting him as president?
No, because he's already literally the worst person alive. Like literally,
Okay.
he is like, listen, he's already like the bottom of the barrel.
So if he raped 500 children and then did a press conference from the Oval Office saying, "Keep your child away from me or I'm going to rape them too," you would still support him as president?
No, no, but listen.
Oh, okay. So there's like some things that he could do that would, as a person, that would make you stop supporting him as president. Okay. So then articulate what that thing is. Like, what are a couple of things that he could do that make you stop supporting him as president?
Listen, like I feel like you just picked a really extreme case, and I know what you're gonna say. Wait,
well, I know the reason why
I
I picked an incredibly extreme case was to prove that you were being disingenuous in your last response, that there's nothing he could do that make you stop supporting him as president. So I'm just asking you to articulate like a list of things that he could foreseeably or reasonably do that make you stop supporting him as president.
But could he reasonably rape 500 kids? Is that reasonable to you? I don't think that's reasonable.
Bro,
So I feel
I literally just said that I named a hyper extreme thing to get you to understand why you're being bad faith when you said there's nothing that he could do.
No. So there's nothing reasonable, or like, not that I say rape is reasonable, but there's nothing in the realm of possibilities that he could do. Yes.
There's
in terms
nothing
of personality.
In the realm of possibilities that we could do. So do you think it's like in the realm of possibilities that he would like try to literally like kill his political opponents?
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah, maybe.
So if he literally tried to kill his political opponents, you would
If
still
I
support him as
believe,
president?
listen, if I believe that his policies would be good for hundreds of millions of people, then I would always vote for him, even if he's a horrible, vile person.
Okay.
And he is a horrible, vile person.
So what policy is good for hundreds of millions of people?
Wait. Can I please, just for a second, ask you a question? Listen.
I want you to no. I'm investigating the last thing you said. You said, "Oh, if his policy is so good for hundreds of millions of people, like you're going to support him." Okay, so name the Trump policy that is good for hundreds of millions of people.
I think the fact that he saved hundreds of people in Israel from literal Hamas captivity is pretty good.
You go from hundreds of millions to hundreds. Yeah, bro. Do you agree that there's a difference between hundreds of millions and hundreds?
Yeah, but it's still impacts.
Yeah, bro. Do you agree that the last thing you said is that his policy is good for hundreds of millions of people?
I think that we should give time. I think that, for example,
can you just name the Trump policy that's good for hundreds of millions of people?
I think that taking the enriched uranium from Iran, or at least trying to dismantle their ability and capabilities to build a nuclear weapon, is good for everyone in America because it protects them. Because I feel like Iran having
Okay, so if it was false that he tried to dismantle their nuclear capabilities, but rather tried to give them nuclear capabilities, would you still support him as president?
Yes, because of Israel.
Oh my God! Oh my God! What if he, Alani? Thank you so much for the galaxy. Would you still support Trump because of Israel if Donald Trump, unilaterally and unequivocally destroyed the American economy to the extent where like 25% of us were in poverty? Like I'm talking like Great Depression.
No.
Okay.
Because then the harm being done to Americans would be greater than the good being done to Israelis. And that would make no sense.
So demonstrate the good that Donald Trump is doing for Israelis that outweighs the harm of infringing upon 66 million American women and girls' human rights.
Yes. So I think that he's basically like, I feel like that if Trump wasn't in office, there would be no Israel. Like I feel like that Israel was in a war for its existence. And I think that there would be no country, and that would affect 10 million people.
Holy shit!
You know,
she's trying to out Zionist the Zionists, bro. Listen, you understand that?
Listen,
you understand that Kamala Harris was a Zionist too. Like, bro. Like, I wish she wasn't.
Not enough.
Oh my God! Your argument was that she wasn't enough of a Zionist.
Yes, she was.
No, Nate, thank you so much for the galaxy. Holy shit! That's crazy. Kamala Harris was a lukewarm Zionist.
Yes, she was a casual Zionist. I need someone who lives that life to like the max extent.
That was literally like my least favorite thing about Kamala Harris.
I'm sure.
By a mile was her support for Israel. My least favorite thing about Kamala Harris by a mile was the fact that she was a Zionist. Okay, because I'm staunchly anti-Zionist. I just disagree with ethno-states. I disagree with the concept of ethno-states.
You disagree with America? Because America is a Christian country.
Of ethno-states. Okay,
America is a
being
Christian
Christian
country.
isn't an ethnicity, and B, if being Christian was an ethnicity, and our Constitution said we were a Christian country, you fucking bet I'd be against that. 110%. Like, are you
all
joking?
Of your examples on why
Kelly,
all
thank
of
you
your
so much for the
examples on why
galaxy.
Israel is
Like,
an
are you
ethno-state
fucking joking?
is just the most casual racism that's happening in America. Like, you're talking about Arab communities. Wait, no,
Buddy, it says it in the Constitution.
You're interrupting me.
No. What is the 2018 nation state law?
In Israel or in America?
In Israel.
That it's a Jewish country.
Is being Jewish an ethnicity?
Yes, but you have to separate about
so this means it's an ethnic country. Wait, do you agree? No. 1 second. Do you agree that the term state is a synonym for the term country?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so let's just get this straight.
Context,
let me just lead you down a very simple and easy to follow deductive syllogism. Do you know what a deductive syllogism is?
I can infer from context.
Okay. So let me just give you a very simple deductive syllogism. Okay, you accept that it is true that Israel self-defines as a Jewish country. You accept that it is true that being Jewish can be an ethnicity. And then you accepted that it is true that country is a synonym for state. So in other words, you therefore accept that it is true that it is an ethnic state.
But all of your examples on why it's bad in practice.
No. I want a response.
Wait.
I want a response to the deductive syllogism that I just gave you. I either want you to accept the conclusion formed or reject one of the premises of the deductive syllogism. I don't want you to talk about anything outside of accepting the conclusion that was formed or rejecting one of the premises of the deductive syllogism.
I completely agree that Israel is a country based on like ethnicity. Of course, that's why they needed to make it in the first place. Yes, but let me make my point. Give me a second. That's not fair. Let me make my point. Okay, that's not fair.
Would it still be an ethno-state for Jewish people if it was 51% Arab?
In my eyes, yes.
Would it still be an ethno-state for Jewish people if it was 60% Arab?
It depends on the government, because if Israelis and Jews had the right to practice Judaism to like the max extent, do all their beliefs and blah 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 in complete peace, then yes, I believe that would be totally fine, and I wouldn't care if it's 90% Arabs. So you think that an ethno-state just Jews.
Means like that ethnicity practicing their beliefs in complete peace?
No, I just think that that's what we need, like, for Israel. But the thing
that's
is,
that's just
if
completely
Israel,
no. That's what you just told me. You would take it to be. That's what you would take a Jewish state to be. A Jewish state is a state where Jewish people can practice their beliefs in peace. Correct?
yeah, of course.
Okay, so do you agree that we could hypothetically conceive of a country where all of the legislators of the country are non-Jewish and Jewish people only account for 0.0000001% of the population,
Yes,
yet
there could be
those
3
Jewish
Jews.
people can, like, there's literally like one Jewish person in the entirety of the country, but that
Yes,
one
there
Jewish
could be
person in the
a
entirety
single
of the
Jew.
country can practice their religion in peace. Would you
Yes.
would you consider that to be a Jewish ethno-state?
No, of course not. But I would consider it to be.
Wait, but you just
state
said that
that's
your
safe.
only necessary criteria to define what a Jewish ethno-state would be Jewish people practicing
No, I
their
said
religion in
I
peace.
said to define what a Jewish state is, not a Jewish ethno state. Like, I don't understand what adding the word ethno is doing for you in that
Because you
sentence. Like, you're
accepted
saying
that
Jewish state.
is an ethnicity. So
I
it
know,
has
but
nothing
do
to
you
do with
think
the
that-
ethno aspects of being Jewish, just the cultural and religious aspects of being Jewish. So in this country,
But the
in
thing
this,
is,
let's
all
just
the
assume,
negative impacts
okay,
that you have
so let's
said.
assume that in China there's like 3 billion people, okay? And in China there's only one Jewish person, and the entirety of the country represented by constituted of
No, it
300
would not
of
be
3
a
billion
Jewish
people.
ethno state.
Would
No,
it be a
would
Jewish
not be
state though?
Jewish-
Would it just be a Jewish state?
No, of course not. It would be China. A Chinese
Wait,
state
why?
for
But you
Chinese
just told
people.
me that one Jewish person is practicing their religion in peace.
I think. Wait, listen. Can I get 60 seconds to like
Yeah.
just speak?
Yeah, at the
Okay.
at the latter end of your 60 seconds, please redefine what a Jewish state is. Now that you've accepted that an insufficient account of what a Jewish
I
state
will.
is just a state
I
where
will.
Jewish people can practice their religion in peace.
I will. Okay. So all the negative impacts that you have outlined to why it's bad that Israel is a Jewish ethno-state are literally happening in any other places in the world, and it's just racism. Racism sucks, it's fucking horrific, and it's horrible, but every single place in this world has racism. America has racism. And if I told you, wait, just because, some black communities are underfunded, does that mean that, like, America is an apartheid state? You would probably say, no, that's stupid. Just because certain places in, like, Arab communities are underfunded doesn't mean that Israel is this evil state that you're talking about. Now let me talk about the definition. Wait. Now let me talk about, like, how I define a Jewish state. I believe that the importance of having a Jewish state is just so Jews could practice their religion to the fullest extent. And to
Wait.
the fullest extent,
You're equivocating, you're dodging, you're pivoting, you're running away, you're changing the question. The question
I
is
have
not what's
16 more seconds. Can you
the
give
question-
me
the question-
16 seconds?
The
You're
question
a big
was
boy.
not
You cannot speak
what's
for
the
16
importance of a
seconds.
Jewish state. The question was, what is a Jewish state?
A Jewish state is a state with where, like, the laws are created by
almost said
Jews,
the word
yes, by
majority.
Jews, to benefit everyone equally, but the laws, like, for example, the laws can take into account Jewish beliefs as long as it's equal. So I'll give you an example. We can make, like, for example, a national
Wait, I don't
day
want an
where-
example yet. I just want a
Okay.
firm definition that I could write down to understand what you mean
Was
when
that
you say
not
Jewish
firm?
state.
Was
Well, I
that
mean,
not firm?
You started talking about the definition, but then you started talking about how we would apply this in practice. So the definition of a Jewish state is where Jewish people make laws.
Yes.
Okay. Do you accept that there are some Jewish legislators in
At
America?
that point, America is almost a Jewish state. How much APAC money you guys are taking?
Do you accept that there are some Jewish legislators in America across the country?
Yes.
So it's
Some,
true that in
yep.
America, some Jewish people make laws. Is America therefore by definition a Jewish state?
No, but if like 90% of them
okay.
made.
Okay, so it has to be what? A majority of legislators? A super majority of
65%.
legislators?
Yeah, 65%.
So it has to be a super majority of legislators. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think that it would be wrong in America if we enshrined it in our Constitution that over 65% of our legislators have to be white so we could adequately and properly represent the interests of white people?
Yeah, you're completely ignoring the context in which Israel was built. Why it was
answer.
made.
I just want to know
Yes.
yes or no.
Yes.
So that'd be
Yes,
wrong.
But you're ignoring the context.
Okay,
Yes, it would
okay,
be wrong.
perfect.
You
So-
can't compare them.
In fact, is there okay? So it'd be wrong to have a requirement that 65% of our legislators have to be white. So okay, I'll just say, therefore, it's also wrong, okay, for there to be any ethno requirement for the state or the ethnicity of the legislators of the state, because I believe in multiculturalism and I believe in freedom of opportunity. I disagree with systemically enshrined in Constitution disparaging the opportunity of non-Jewish individuals from becoming legislators predicated on their ideals, on their policies, on their interests, and their effective productivity as leaders, okay? I think it is fundamentally wrong to the core to suggest that we should rather treat the inalienable characteristics of people, such as their ethnicity, as a necessary prerequisite for benevolent propagation of legislation. Okay, I'm not going to look at somebody's ethnicity when I'm trying to determine if they're a good leader. I'm rather going to look at what are their values, what are their ideals, are they a virtuous individual?
Yeah.
Do they want
Yes or
other
no
people to be
question.
virtuous
Listen.
individuals? And I just find that fundamentally like terrible.
Yes or no question. If the majority of people in Israel were to elect an Arabic party, which there are many of course, because they can legally run equally, would they then be presidents and Israel would still be a Jewish state? Would you agree with that? That they can get elected and
No,
Israel would still be
based on your definition of what a Jewish state is. No,
but based on your definition.
we're not
because you
talking
disagree-
about. We're not talking
But
about
you
what
disagree with my
one-
definition.
One moment. We're not talking about what my definition of a Jewish state is. We're talking about what your definition of a Jewish state is. So now if you're attempting to shift the burden of investigation from yourself to me, well, then you're just running away from my argument because you're horrified of being proven wrong.
I don't think I'm horrified of being proven wrong.
Okay,
I think that I came
okay.
to
Well,
this
I think
debate
that's the only
knowing that you're
explanation
smarter
that
than me,
explains
because
why you're running away.
I don't think I'm running away. I think you're asking me questions that don't take into account the context in which Israel was built. You're comparing it to America, but it can't be compared to America because when Israel was made, then everyone who's coming to Israel had just gone through the Holocaust, and they knew that it was the only place in the entire world where they could be safe, where they could practice their religion peacefully. And for you to go and say, "Oh, this is equivalent
That's
to
not the
America," where you're-
that's not the Jewish people practicing their religion peacefully. I think that anti-democratic processes are not peaceful by nature. Okay, and I think that it's an anti-democratic process.
anti-democratic?
I think that it's an anti-democratic process for a state such as Israel to pass a nationality law that specifically states Israel
what
is bound to
practically
Jews
is
to
happening that's
fulfill their
bad?
needs.
You're talking about,
how about this?
an
Do
old-
you
you're talking about
agree?
something
Well,
ancient.
I'm in the middle of speaking. I think that it's democratic for literally any state to pass a law that says that state is bound to Jews and to fulfill their needs, bound to any ethnic group to fulfill their needs,
No,
bound
I would
to
disagree.
any
No,
race
I would
to
disagree.
fulfill their
I would
needs,
disagree.
bound to any
I would
gender to fulfill their needs.
Yes.
It is anti-democratic because it is the legal creation and exclusion of a minority. And what happens when you legally create and exclude a minority is then that minority is hurt. There's not one instance throughout all of human history that you could point towards where a country has legally created and excluded a minority group from being a legislator or from having their needs represented by the state that has yielded productive, positive outcomes. Like, you are fighting tooth and nail for the creation of legal separation and exclusion of a minority group. That is what is bad. That is what is anti-democratic. That is what is harmful. And that is the necessary pre-component of Zionism that I absolutely disagree with.
But you agree with the
Now, by the way, I'm gonna let you respond then I'm gonna move on because I want to talk to people that could at least try to give an argument why the rapist is a good president, not brain-rotted Zionists who just think that Jewish individuals should rule the world. It's just fucking ridiculous. Oh, there's no issue whatsoever with saying that we should create legally bounded, excluded minority classes where they should be subjugated out of the main priorities / interests of the states. They shouldn't be able to legislate. They shouldn't be able to run the country. They shouldn't be able to dictate the policy of the country. And by the way, earlier you talked about anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is a really fucking bad thing. Nobody should be anti-Semitic. But descriptively, the reason why some people are is because they're too low IQ to acknowledge a separation between Zionist Jewish individuals and non-Zionist Jewish individuals. And every time somebody like you, a Zionist Jewish individual, speaks about, how you just want non-Jewish people to be sequestered as the goyim and have no legislative power whatsoever in the state, and they should exist as a legally separated minority, well, then that idiot low IQ Nazi is like, this is actually representative of all Jewish individuals, therefore I should just hate all Jewish individuals. Zionism as an institution is a propagator of anti-Semitism. And if you truly want Jewish individuals to be able to practice their religion in peace, if you truly want Jewish individuals to be able to practice their religion freely, then stop endorsing mechanisms that manufacture anti-Semitism out of thin fucking air by advocating for an ethno-state in which legally sequesters and separates non-Jewish people from Jewish people. And by the way, when I say that, I'm not just speaking for myself. I'm not just speaking for a vast majority of people watching this live stream, because it's an undeniable fact that over 70% of people on the left under the age of 50 and 50% of the people on the right under the age of 50 detest Zionism and disavow the state of Israel. But I'm also speaking for a lot of Jewish individuals. And that's a point that I don't really care to make clear to you, but rather a point that I want to make clear to the audience. The woman on this live stream is not a monolith of all Jewish individuals. The woman on this live stream does not represent all Jewish individuals. And the woman on this live stream doesn't think the same way other Jewish individuals do. There are many, many, many Jewish individuals that fundamentally agree with the core tenets of freedom, equality, and democracy, and reject an ethno-state in which gives preferential treatment and attention to one ethnicity over another.
Okay, thank you so much.
Let's go and get the next guest up here. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. Here we go. I don't think that, I've really had that long and in-depth of a debate about Zionism before, so I guess it's maybe the first time a lot of people are seeing that for me. But I think that kind of explores why, I'm not a Zionist. I don't think I've ever gone in that depth on this live stream, literally ever, about why I am not a Zionist. But that conversation is why I am not a Zionist. Let's go and get the next guest up here. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. We are just looking for some debates today. Here we go. If you do want to support me, by the way, if you want to support the live stream, if you want to help pay for the fucking therapy that I'm so clearly going to need after that, guys, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on my TikTok account. The pinned message on the YouTube stream, as well as the handle, is also at the top of the phone screen on TikTok as well. It's literally just my name, Dean Withers, without the letter E in my last name, Withers. By the fucking way, I better not see one more person on the internet say that I'm a Zionist, okay? I better not see one more person on the internet say I'm a Zionist. I've seen an increasing popularity in calling me a Zionist in like anti-Dean shit posts with like 50,000 likes. It is not true. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah. Sorry.
That's a child. Thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. And Nissa, I appreciate you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. As well as Elizabeth with the $10 who says, Dean, haven't we suffered her objectively skewed and brainwashed perspective long enough? Her mind isn't going to be changed and she doesn't even understand how wrong she even is. Yeah, we did just end up kicking her, Elizabeth. Thank you for the $10. I want to see 100 Elizabeth W's. Thank you so much. As well as said, SED, appreciate you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat. I really appreciate you, SED. Let's get 500 SEDWs. That is a shit ton of money. I'm very, very thankful for you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, SED. SED with a $50 says surveys of 2,600 U.S. and Canadian men found that overall 95% reported having used calculated strategy to get a woman to have sex who they knew did not know sex, did not want sex. 65 resulted in successfully forcing the women into sex rape culture. Damn, bro. I'm gonna have to take a look into that study, because if that study is true, if you're accurately representing its findings, like that is 110% indicative of the broad prevalence of rape culture across the globe. Thank you so much for that reference, SED, and genuinely, I'm so very grateful for you. Thank you for the $50 donation. That is a lot of money, and I really do appreciate you a lot. Huge shout out to SED down below, as well as Fasi. Thank you for the $5 who says, hey Dean, good work on cooking that Zio. Thank you. Ben, thank you for the $10 who says she can understand the separation of church and state because she's already mastered a more impressive separation. Thought from speech. That's funny. Matt, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. Alexander and AJ, thank you for the $5. Emma, thank you for the $10 who says, hey Dean, it's Emma and Ella. We are best friends and we watch you every day together. I hope you keep up the good work. You're changing our futures and we love you. Love you guys too. Thank you so much for the love and support, Emma and Ella. You guys are awesome. As well as Joseph, thank you so much for the $20 who says, Dean, did you see Tallarico's base move to leave the state so they couldn't hold a redistricting vote and Paxson issued an unenforceable warrant for him? I did not see that, but I fucking love I fucking love Tallarico, dude. As well as thank you for the Guardians pledge, Joseph. Let's get 300 Joseph W's in that chat. And then Anissa, thank you for the $17 who says, woke up sick this morning and came across your surrounded video with Parker. Absolute rage bait, but gave me a good laugh. I know the surrounded video that you're talking about. It was absolute rage bait, but I'm happy it did give you a laugh. And thank you for the $70. And then Joseph, I saw that message from an hour ago. Thank you so much. And then Ava with the $10 says, hey Dean, good luck with the trolls today. Thank you, Ava. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Lila, hello. Are you on the live? Hello? Okay,
Hello?
it doesn't look... Hi, do you support Trump? Okay, it looks like they're lagging out. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only opposite side of the queue if you are here for a debate. On PayPal, Sparrow, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you for supporting the work that we do here, Sparrow. You're the absolute goat. Thank you, Sparrow. Let's get 200 Sparrow W's. I appreciate you. Sparrow with the 20 says, hey, would you ever voice a homestruck character in a show? I don't know. I do voice acting if the opportunity was right. Sounds like something fun, I guess. Thank you for the $20, Sparrow. And then Michelle, thank you for the $20, who says it's been a minute since I've been here. I know that this is about politics, but I was wondering, what is your take on BTS not submitting their music to the Grammys? I don't really follow the BTS, so I wouldn't have a take, but I do appreciate you for the $20. Hugo, thank you for the $10. And then Laura, thank you for the $5. Shout out to you. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Dylan.
Yep.
How old are you?
19.
I know the acoustics of the space that you're in. Please don't tell me that you're in the bath, Dylan.
No, I'm not.
He was on the shitter instead, bro. Come on, guys. What are we doing? What the fuck are we doing, actually, bro? What the fuck are we doing? Let's get real now. Keela, thank you for the $5 over on Super Chat, who says that Zionist really doesn't care about Americans. She only cares about Israel. She's clearly low IQ. Yeah, bro. Israel first. Let's go. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Cray?
Yeah.
How old are you? All right, we're going to go find somebody serious to debate. Only hop inside of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. Please and thank you. We got that next guest, Tony, loading in. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Let's actually keep the running total of trolls running. So far, we're at 24 trolls. Let's go to get the next guest connected to the live stream. We got Republican Papa connecting. What a name, bro. Republican Papa, do you support Trump? Oh, they're loading in still. They're loading in still. Faith, thank you for the $20 donation to the live stream on Super Chat. Thanks, Faith. Huge shout out to Faith. Let's get 200 Faith W's. Faith with the 20 says, question for you, Dean. Do you think that we're heading towards more of a cyberpunk future or more of a Fallout future? My boyfriend and I disagree, so I'm curious on your take. I don't know, man. I might have to go Fallout future, low-key. I might low-key. And then Delusion, thank you for the 10 Canadian dollars, who says, Dean, I'm loving the new lighting in your studio. The funniest thing is, Delusion, I just opened up the blinds on my window. That's all I did. And apparently, it's good. Knock, do you support Trump?
Yeah, I got a problem with it. Puss.
25 trolls. T, thank you for the $24 on Super Chat. Good to see you today, my friend. T says, trolls funding this dono thanks to the 24 trolls. Let's go. Let's go, WT. Let's fucking go, dude. Hell yes. Hell yes. So goated. We're making money off of the trolls. Hell yes. Show some love to T. And then Alex, thank you for the $50 donation on PayPal. God motherfucking damn, Alex. That is a shit ton of money. Thank you, dude. Let's get 500 Alex W's. Thank you so much. Alex with the 50 big ones says, hey, Dean, I got into a heated argument with my dad not too long ago and started watching you to better defend my beliefs. I appreciate your content and would like to find a collection of important sources and websites necessary to base an argument off of. That would be extremely helpful. I've had a lot of people tell me that they would like me to gather my sources into like one unified body. I that would take a lot of effort, but I think it's something that me and Parker should inevitably do. It'd be good. And then Alani, thank you for the galaxy. Welcome in, Kendrick. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, bro. That is 26 trolls. Let's go to get the next guest connected. 26 trolls. Looking for American adults that support Trump as president. Looking for American adults that support Trump as president. Quite frankly. Moving on to the next guest. We got K Cooks 0 loading into the queue. If you're like, hey, I like this Dean guy, I like what he does, and you want to support me, you want to support the live stream, you could find a link to my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio of my TikTok account. You could also find the handle in the pinned comment on YouTube, and it's right there at the top of the phone screen on TikTok too. It's just my name, Dean Withers, without the letter E in Withers. But y'all gotta like quadruple check that at, because low-key there are so many fake scamming Dean Withers, Venmo, and PayPals out there. Best way to ask a question, though. Best way to get a message across. A lot of people use them to ask questions. Let's go to get the next guest connected. We got Jack loading in. Let's go and try to get the next guest up here, guys. It is taking a while. It is taking a while. For real.
Hey, what's up, Dean?
Hey, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, also, I need to say one thing before you say anything. Do you think you talk too much or what?
Yeah, bro. I'm a pro yapper.
Dude, I like that. That's awesome.
So how old are you?
I'm 18. How are you?
What year were you born in?
What year? Let's say 1900.
All right. 27 trolls. Moving on to the next guess. Let's go to get the next guest connected. It is true, bro. It is true that I'm a pro yapper. It is true, bro.
Oh, sorry, bro. Fuck! My bad.
28 trolls. 29 trolls. Only opposite of the queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump as president. What are we thinking for the big 30? Hey, do you support Trump? The big 30! Let's go! 30 trolls. Let me go ahead and update that. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yeah, you messed up with your intro about Mitch McConnell, by the way.
How so?
Yeah, so you pointed out questioning his ability to serve, but then when Joe Biden had signs of cognitive decline, you just covered your eyes and you closed your eyes and covered your ears. You guys didn't say shit. So it's inconsistency. It's inconsistency.
Dude, Mitch McConnell has literally been in the hospital, bedridden, and maybe dead for the last 50 days.
No, but
you
here's
listen,
the thing.
listen, bro.
Wow.
You could say that Biden was experiencing cognitive decline, but he wasn't like in the hospital and probably dead for 2 months during his term.
Okay, Dean, slow down. So point me to a video where Dean Withers addressed Joe Biden's cognitive decline, because I can point you to one where Dean Withers addressed Mitch McConnell's questioning his ability to serve. But can you point me to?
He's in the hospital, maybe dead. Why would we not question his ability to serve? He hasn't shown up to work in 2 months. Just to clarify, did you know that most people who literally don't show up to work for 2 months lose their job?
Yeah, of course. Sooner.
Right.
Than that,
Right.
absolutely.
So when did Biden not show up to work for 2 months? Could you point me towards that period?
No, I'm unable to provide that. But what I am able to provide is that fact that he had cognitive decline, and you guys just act like it didn't happen until it was too late. You know, it was just too late. And then also something else. The FIFA soccer. No, it is absolutely. The FIFA Soccer World Cup also, you got called out because you said that they removed Trump from the picture. That's not true. Yeah. They just simply took the picture after he was out of frame. So could you clear that up?
It actually is true that they did remove him from the picture, but they just removed him with the use of other means. Okay? Instead of like literally photoshopping him out, they just kind of cropped him out.
No, but that's not what you said in your picture. You see, look, here's the thing.
I know, slightly different. That is true. That's why I amended the caption.
So could you concede and admit that you accidentally put out misinformation? It wasn't nefarious.
Yeah, bro. I was wrong when I said that they photoshopped him out. Instead, they cropped him out. True.
And that's why we respect you. That was consistent. I appreciate that concession. I do appreciate that, honestly. Yeah.
Now, can you concede that violent sexual predators probably shouldn't be president?
Most definitely. Absolutely. But
is Trump a violent sexual predator?
I could see the argument for that.
No, I'm not asking you if you could see the argument for the claim. I'm asking you if the claim is true. Wow.
I understand the argument you're going
I'm not asking you for the argument for the claim. I'll say that for a second time now, bro. Let me be so incredibly clear here. There's just no way that you could possibly confuse the question that I'm asking you. The question that I'm asking you is, do you think that the claim that Donald Trump is a violent sexual predator is true or false?
You would have to ask Tara Reid, who actually said Biden was. So
you
would have to ask Tara Reid.
Okay. So I can't ask you. So you're not here to debate. So you're not here to tell us if you believe or you don't believe that Trump is a violent sexual predator. You're here to pivot. You're here to dodge. You're here to hit the marathon. You're here to hit the jog. You're here to hit the sprint. You're here to hit the 300-meter dash.
So you're here
to hit the state record on Strava. Okay, you're here to hit the global speed record for the 500-meter sprint.
He's crashing out.
Okay, but I just want to clarify, you're not here to tell us if you do or don't believe that it's true that Donald Trump is a violent sexual predator, right?
I understand the argument. Now, me personally, if you're asking my personal opinion, I don't believe that. I couldn't support someone like that ever.
Oh, okay, but you don't believe. Okay, okay. So I'm gonna give you my argument that he's a violent sexual predator. You know what? In fact, I'll let Trump give it to you himself.
Imagine it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Yeah.
Lydia, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. And I do agree with that statement. Let's get 100 Lydia W's. Catherine, thank you for the $5. And Abby, thank you for the $5. Who says you're awesome, Dean? Thank you. Ava, thank you for the $5. I would debate your dad tomorrow. Let's line that up. And then Taylor, thank you for the $5. She says, don't know if this is you, but I'm a fan that you got the right one, and I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then Lori, thank you for the 10 Canadian dollars over on PayPal. She says, creating a Discord of all the resources would be fantastic. Good idea, Lori. And then thank you for the $14 on PayPal. He says, hope your allergies are better today. They're a little bit better today. I cleaned the office yesterday. I appreciate you for the $14, and let's get 140 in W's. Thank you for supporting what we do, and I hope that answered your question. Lori.
Yeah, so Dean Withers, this argument is fucking trash, and you've come up with better arguments. Now you've said, I've heard you say that Donald Trump has told over 30,000 lies. You said that on your stream multiple times.
True.
You said that. Yeah. So you've come up with better arguments. But yeah, so to address this though, when he says that he had all this, that his property was worth all this money, come to find out in reality, it wasn't actually worth that much money. When he says, I'm going to do all this, come to find out, he didn't really actually mean that. So when he's on Howard Stern and he says, I did all this, come on now, he didn't really do that, Dean. You understand the argument.
Oh, okay.
You see the argument. You see the argument.
Can I ask you a clear reason? A clear question?
Yeah, that's why I'm here. Go ahead.
Do you agree that when people lie, they lie for a reason?
Yeah, they have a motive, yeah.
Okay. So what was the reason Trump lied about this?
No, I wouldn't be able to tell you why, but it's the same reason why he lied about those other 30.
Okay.
No.
Oh, okay.
Slow down.
See, the thing is whenever we evaluate any other one of Trump's lies, we could very clearly identify the motive to lie. Why did he lie about the valuation of his properties too big to get tax relief? Okay. Why did he lie about the 2020 election to attempt to stay president? Why did he lie to his wives and not tell them that he cheated on them to stay with those wives because he wanted to be in a relationship with them? Okay. And when we fail to identify the reason why Trump lied, about telling Howard Stern that he'd engage in sexual violence directed towards other women and girls, this is maybe a reason that counts in favor of the claim that he didn't fucking lie. And you know what? I will make that one clear. Okay. I have never, ever seen another clip of a man sitting down on a podcast jokingly telling the host of that podcast that they have engaged in sexual violence directed towards women and girls when in all reality they haven't, because that benefits no one. That doesn't benefit the person telling the lie. It doesn't make them look better. It makes them look worse. It doesn't benefit the reputation of the person telling the lie for the same reason that we just went over. People don't lie about engaging in sexual violence when the claim is that they did lie about engaging in sexual violence. I agree that we'll be able to find a billion clips of people saying that they didn't rape somebody when they did. I agree that there's probably also some clips out there of people saying that they did rape the person when they actually did. But I mean, just the suggestion that a reasonable person who hasn't engaged in sexual violence would lie and say that they have when in all reality they haven't is just fucking preposterous. Okay. And I mean, we can validate my claim here by just looking at the victim testimony of the women and girls that were at these pageants. What did they say? They said he did it. They said he did it. They said that he barged into their dressing rooms when they didn't have any clothes on, and he would look at their naked bodies.
Yeah, so there's a couple of issues with your argument. So you would have to first off claim that all 30,000 of his lies, some of them are true and some of them aren't. What do you mean? Because you've made a bold claim in the past that he told 30,000 lies, and that doesn't sit well with this argument.
I already explained to you how it does sit well with this argument. And you're just avoiding confronting that fact.
No, because I understand your point. You're saying that because you can't identify a reason in which why he would have lied about this. So are you saying that all 30,000 lies, he told the truth with some of them, but he didn't with others?
No, bro. It's self-implied in the fact that they're lies that he didn't tell the truth.
So when it's a lie that furthers your narrative and hurts his image, then you're going to. I'm sorry. When it's a statement that helps your narrative and furthers damaging Trump's credibility and reputation, then you're going to push it. But when it's one that doesn't really matter, you just kind of neither here nor there, don't care too much.
I already explained this to you. You agree that people lie for a reason. Okay, so therefore, if we want to determine if somebody's lying about a statement, the first move should be to attempt to identify a motivation or a reason for telling the lie. And then we move to the fact that we can't identify a motivation or a reason for Trump telling this lie. And then I gave you an inductive argument that he definitely didn't lie due to the fact that I can't find any other clip of anybody on the internet that claimed that they engaged in sexual violence when in all reality they didn't, because that's just simply not something that people lie about. And then I went on to give you third order justification that it was true, rooted in the testimony of like 15 women and girls that competed at different pageants in different years, but all had the same consistent testimony, which was that he did exactly what he told Howard Stern he would. He would barge into their dressing rooms and look at their naked bodies. You are just a low IQ pedo defender, okay?
No,
you can't tell the difference
perspective
between your right hand and your left hand, and you have absolutely no reason to believe that he lied. And I've now demonstrated that a total of 4 times, but I'm helping now with me repeating everything that I just said for a 5th time. You'll actually be able to track the argument.
Yeah, and I understand that was actually a good argument, good position. If he did actually truly 100% do that, then I wouldn't support him, because my mother has been exploited, my sister has been exploited. I know too many women that's
okay.
happened.
So do you accept that we've given you justification to believe that it happened?
No, Dean, slow down, because I think he was just on an entertainment show and he was trying to say some wild shit.
Find me one other man that went on an entertainment show and claimed to have engaged in sexual violence when in all reality they didn't. Find me one other clip, because now you're just, dude, okay. When you joined the stream, we had 35,000 viewers. Now we have 30.3 thousand viewers. Why? Because you've spent the last 15 minutes fucking repeating yourself. You have provided no substance to anything you've said the entire time you've been up here. The moment you joined, you said, oh, well, he actually lied when he went on Howard Stern's radio show. Now, 15 years later, you're just repeating that you think he lied when he went on Howard Stern's radio show. I've given you so much substance. I've given you so much fucking reason to believe that you're wrong. I've given you all of the evidence in the world why, insofar as why the suggestion that you're making is unreliable and false. What do you have in response? Dean, I hear you out, but nah, I think he lied. So when are we going to hear the substance? When are we going to hear the reasoning? When are we going to hear the argumentation? When are we going to hear the refutation of the argument that I provided? When are we going to hear anything beyond the one claim that you've just simply been repeating since the moment you joined, which is no more complex than he lied?
No, because when Dave Chappelle goes on a joke, he might say some offensive shit, but he's not a bad person. When Eminem goes on a rap beat and he says some ridiculous shit, he's not a bad person.
Now you're obfuscating. I asked you to name one other man who sat down on a podcast and claimed to have engaged in sexual violence when in all reality they didn't. And then your response is, oh, well, I could think of people that have made offensive jokes. Okay, bro, I'm not asking you to name one other man that made an offensive joke. I'm asking you to name one other man that sat down on a podcast and told the host of the podcast that he raped, violated, or exploited somebody when in all reality they didn't.
Yeah, no, I'm unable to provide that. I'm unable to.
Oh, okay. So as far as you know, as far as you know, like, this is one of the only examples that we could think of a man telling a lie about engaging in sexual violence. Okay, well, that fact on its own indicates that maybe he wasn't lying, because if it's generally not something that people do because there's no motivation to do it, this means for Trump there was no motivation to do it, meaning that maybe he wasn't telling a lie. Maybe he wasn't doing it. Okay, but then when we also consider the fact that we had like 15 women and girls testify to the fact he did do it, corroborating his admission of guilt. Okay, case closed. He did do it. He wasn't lying. He wasn't joking. Now you should concede your support for Trump, because that definitely makes him a violent sexual predator.
Yeah, at this point, I gotta sit back and let it soak in, because that's a lot to make a decision on the spot. I gotta sit back and let it marinate and think about it. I gotta give it some time. I'm just that's a lot of information to take in at one time. I do appreciate the conversation though, Dean Withers. I do appreciate it, man.
One last conversation I have before you leave. When did you ever demonstrate the same hesitancy with actually coming to support Trump? Like, were you ever hesitant coming to support Trump?
No. Well, Trump, it was like a
exactly. You just saw him on the TV. A light went off in your head, and you just accepted everything he said with no fucking reason.
No, that's
and you
not
started
true.
to overlook all the bad things that he did.
That's a straw man. He proved himself. He fought an uphill battle and he won. And so that
he
was
proved himself by winning the election, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Right, yeah. Literally, like, your critical thought processes as it relates to why you support Trump is Trump won election. Your critical thought processes as it relates to rejecting your support for Trump are, well, Dean, I have to explore all the nuance of these very complex ideas. I have to question my own skepticism and engage in global skepticism by, like, relaying these fringe notions that maybe he was lying.
Hold on, Dean, slow down,
all of the evidence in the world that he wasn't lying. I just have to sit here and digest for, like, ever about all the testimony of these women and girls. And I just really have to think this thing through, like incredibly hard, much harder than any reasonable human would have to. And that's the issue.
No.
You uphold a very, like, unequal standard of evidence as it relates to accepting the belief that Trump is a good president, as it relates to rejecting the belief that Trump is a good president. I just think it's indicative of, like, cult-like behaviors.
Dean, so even you've experienced misinformation, people saying bullshit about you on TikTok. So if someone were to come across some Dean Withers new information, you wouldn't want them to just take and run with it. Obviously, you wouldn't want them to do their own research and come to find out that might not be true.
I played you a clip of Trump admitting to it. I'm not just making the claim that Trump did this. I'm giving you the evidence that Trump did this. I played you the clip.
Yeah, no, I know, and that's why I said I have to sit back and think about it. You want me to make a decision on the spot, on the fly. So
just go think about it. You left. Just go think about it, bro. Just go think about it long and hard. Think about it all day long. Llama, thank you for the 10 euros over on Super Chat, who says, at some point in the future, all of the court documents and documents relating to Trump will be public knowledge. His defenders will look very stupid for not seeing the obvious. Oh, yeah. Thank you for the 10 euros. I appreciate you. Let's get 100 Llama W's. That's very kind of you. Landon Waters, do you support Trump?
Used to.
Hey, man. Good to hear that you don't anymore. We love that. Show some love to Landon down below. Changing his mind. That's awesome. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you are here for a debate. If you want to support me, if you want to support the show, you could find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio of my TikTok account. Pin message on YouTube, and the handle's at the top of the phone screen and TikTok right there. It's just my name, Dean Withers, without the letter E in my last name, Withers. That is the very, very best way to ask me a question. That is the very, very best way to show support to the show. Let's go and get the next guest connected. We got Mike loading up. On Venmo, B, appreciate you for the $5 who says, my son Elliot told me to send you this. Well, shout out to you and your son. I appreciate you, B. Thank you. As well as Lydia, thank you for the $5. Harper, thank you for the $5. Mia, thank you for the $3. And Carson, thank you for the $10. I will not be reading that one out loud, Carson. You tried to get me, but you won't be able to get me. You tried to get me, but you won't be able to get me, Carson. That's right, buddy. That's right. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Looking for the next debate right now. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Charlie Kirk, I'm Kirking it.
Falcon Man, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat, who says, what's your favorite food, Dean? I like Latin American cuisine. I think that Latin American cuisine remains on top. On top, undoubtedly. Just a Girl, thank you for the $10, who says, Dean, love your debates. I'm currently fighting depression, and your streams have been able to help a lot. Oh, I'm so happy that the streams
Dean?
Have been able to help. I'm really happy that the streams have been able to help. Genuinely, I'm very, very happy. That is so awesome. That is so awesome. Hell yes. Hell yes. Hell yes, indeed. H, thank you for the $20 donation on PayPal. Yo, appreciate you, H. As well as Anastasia, thank you for the Galaxy. Dude, show some love to H down below for the $20. H with the 20 says, I'm a woman from the UK and I appreciate you. As a member of the LGBTQ+ community and a human being, Trump scares me. By speaking out, you are helping us all. Me and my wife, stand with ya. Me and my wife to be stand with ya. What would you say to people who are scared at the moment?
No.
Honestly, there's a light at the end of the tunnel, is what I'd say to people who are scared at the moment. Because there is, okay? There's a way to get out of this. We just need to work together, okay? The people have to stand together. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Only up inside of the queue, you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. By the way, guys, when I said me and my wife to be, I was reading off a message from somebody on PayPal. Maybe I didn't make that clear enough, but that was just a message. How old are you, Jess?
22.
Okay, what year were you born in?
2003.
Why did you laugh like that?
I just have one question. Sorry, I just have one question.
Bro, why did you laugh
I
like that?
do support Trump. That's my laugh. So my question is, why do you sit here and vape on camera and act like you don't? You literally said 30 billion times that you dropped your fucking vape.
I don't know why they left. Maybe they got banned by the DOA. That's the DOS. That's going to be the terms of service, but the DINA service agreement for misinformation, because they were just so clearly peddling lies. You know, shout out to TikTok for banning their account for violating the DOS, because that was absolutely just misinformation. I don't vape. I've never vaped. I will never vape. That is a gateway. Okay? I'm just simply hitting my anxiety pin and my anxiety juice. It's called lavender and chamomile. How about you get a fucking brain? Builder Bob, do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
19.
Birthday, please.
Like, on the whole, like day
Yup.
and everything. 2008, 14th February.
Boom. Banned. Seconds! Thank you for the $20 dono on Super Chat. I appreciate you, Seconds. That is very kind of you, quite frankly. Thank you for the love and support. Show some love to Seconds down below. Who says, sorry, Dean, but I'm happy with this troll trend of MAGA idiots taking a bath. Probably the first time they've gone out of the basement to bathe. You know, I was actually thinking about something similar. Like, at least this particular troll trend is influencing people to clean themselves. You know, much better than the We Are Charlie Kirk bullshit. Cam, do you support Trump?
Yeah,
How old are you, Cam?
27.
Okay, appreciate you for being here. Let me thank a couple people. Then the mic to the floor will be yours. Nicholas, thank you for the $10 dono on Venmo. Shout out to Nicholas in that comment section. Nicholas with a 10 says, hopefully the decrease in MAGA debaters and increase in trolls proves that we are winning this war. I think it does. I think it absolutely does. I think it absolutely does. Thank you for the $10, Nicholas. Huge shout out to you down below. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As well as Goblin, thank you for the $10, who says, I don't know how this works, but you are so cool, bro. Me and my dad love your views from Australia, videos from Australia. My dad loves American politics. Well, it sounds like I would prefer people maybe, agree with the Australians compared to the Americans right now, because at least some Australians have a good head on their shoulders, reject Trump, think he's crazy. We love that. Then over on PayPal, thank you, Maria, for the $10, who says, thanks for all the MAGA tears. Keep up that good fight. Thanks, Maria. I'll try my best. And Felix with a 5 says, Dean, your shirt is so cool. Thank you, Felix. And then Amy with a 5, who didn't leave an attached message. Why don't you go and take it away, Cam, and tell us why you support the worst president of your life?
I just think it was better to vote for him versus, the other.
Yeah. Do you think that men are better at leading than women, or do you have actual reason why he was specifically a better candidate than Kamala Harris?
Honestly, I really didn't start paying attention to politics until Joe Biden was the president. And I've worked with elderly in an old folks home, and it was very apparent to me that we were being lied to by our government the whole entire presidency, just about. And I couldn't vote for somebody who lied to us for 4 years straight.
That's funny. How many lies do you think Trump told in his first 4 years?
Definitely he's not the most moral man. Definitely not the most moral person I've ever met in my life, but I've never met him, but you know what I mean. Sorry, 1 second. He could have better qualities about himself, but I don't regret voting for him at all.
Because you think that he lied less than Kamala Harris?
Not just, yeah, probably. And I feel like he's more real than...
Okay. What do you think the biggest lie that Kamala Harris ever told was?
That Joe Biden was fine and that we were being...
Was fit to serve.
Was fit to serve, yeah. There you go.
Okay. So let me tell you the biggest lie that Trump has ever told. Okay? He raped a woman and said he didn't. And he lost an election and said he didn't. Okay, those are the two biggest lies that I think Trump has ever told. He tried to convince everybody that he won the 2020 election when in all reality he lost. And he's tried to convince everybody that he didn't rape E. Jean Carroll when in all reality he did. Okay. I think on those... one moment. Okay. I think on the face value, those two lies are significantly much more of a detriment to the fabric of this nation, both legally and socially and morally, compared to Kamala Harris if it was true that she did lie when she said that Biden was fit to serve. But even Kamala Harris's claim that Biden was fit to serve is left up to individualistic interpretation. Maybe all that she meant by that is Biden is fit to serve in the sense that he's going to be able to make it to the end of his 4 years without dying or being unable to govern the country for, like multiple days or multiple months. And that's true. Okay. He was able to fulfill the essential and necessary criteria of the executor of the executive branch of our government because he was able to represent us as the president. He was able to wake up every day and do his duties, like passing policy and influencing bills through Congress, meaning that it's possible that Kamala Harris didn't lie. But you just can't say that same thing about the lies that Trump told. They're not left up to any subjective interpretation. It's just false that he won the 2020 election. It's just false that he didn't rape Eugene Carroll. And those lies are obviously significantly more detrimental to the nation and the fabric of the country.
Okay, so I'm really not going to get into the whole rape scenario because you're not going to like my opinion on it. But do you really think somebody is fit to serve the nation if they're just going to be alive for the next couple of years?
Well, idealistically, no. But can they fulfill the bare essential qualities required, especially in a time of great political discourse? Yes. Like Biden was sufficient.
No, not in my opinion.
Okay.
And
well, then why was the country better under him compared to today under Trump?
I mean, well, I will say there were less wars, and that's something Trump ran on was
the economy was better. And by the way, it's like anything that you could indicate to us about Biden being of a negative mental state and not fit to serve would also apply to Trump. Like stumbling in his speeches and just saying wild shit. Okay, yeah, Trump does that too. Remember the whole...
But he's always been like that. Biden was not like that. If you look past, in the past of him speaking, it's a different person.
Okay, so you're saying that Biden over the ages became incoherent and then Trump has always been incoherent?
No, but Trump has never strayed from his true self. He's just being himself. Even if that is a little
you think
wild.
That Trump's, okay,
it's just
so
the
Trump
way
is...
he talks.
So you think that Trump is
Did you
being...
ever watch his reality show?
So Trump is just being his true self. Okay, well then it seems like his true self just shouldn't be in government because he's not directing our country in a positive way. He's really bad.
He is not.
Us.
He's not a politician. You're 100% correct. He's not a politician. He never said he was really a politician.
Okay, how about this? Let's just make it simple.
Himself.
Let's just make it simple. Okay. You told me that Kamala Harris's biggest lie was about Biden's mental state. I said, okay, let's assume that she was lying about that.
And no. That's not okay. And I will say, she said we had no border problem, and we definitely did.
Annie, thank you for the galaxy. Could you please give me the quote where Kamala Harris said, and I quote, "We have no border problem"? I don't believe she said that.
She did.
Give me a quote, please. Give me a source for that quote.
I'm sitting in my bed on my phone. You'd have to let me...
Okay, well then you're either going to have to reference her biggest lie as something that I agree with you that she did or something that you could prove that she said.
I mean, she 1,000,000% said there's no border problem. I mean, there are videos of her saying that in a speech.
I don't think so.
No problem.
If there wasn't a border problem, then they wouldn't have tried to influence a bipartisan border bill through Congress. I just don't think she ever said that.
So you really think that she never said there's no problem, everyth's fine at the border?
Yeah, because if she said that, if she believed that, then she wouldn't have run on border policy. In virtue of the fact that she ran on border policy,
she didn't though. That's
just not true. That's just not true. That's not true at all. But in virtue of the fact that she did run on border policy, is her acknowledging that there's a problem at the border, and now you're changing topics.
I'm not. I mean, I'm just bringing up. We said this.
Yes, I'll explain to you the way in which you're trying to change topics. I'm describing to you how I know that's not something Kamala Harris ever said because you can't give evidence she said it A, and Kamala Harris knew that there was a problem at the border or she wouldn't have run on border policy B. And then you're like, let's talk about how she governed over the border for 4 years. Okay, that's you changing the topic. So, okay, we're agreeing that her biggest lie was to say that Biden wasn't fit to serve.
Let's say she didn't say that.
The biggest lie
that
Kamala Harris told.
4 years, so you're admitting there was a problem.
Well, yeah, and we'll talk about that next. But anyways, so your biggest lie from Kamala Harris was that Joe Biden is unfit to serve. Okay, well, Donald Trump told a bigger lie about his claims to do with the outcome of the 2020 election and him denying the fact that he raped Eugene Carroll.
Okay.
And it's because he told a bigger lie, and your ultimate standard for why you support Trump was that his opponent told a bigger lie than him, and you now acknowledge that that's false and the opposite is true. In fact, you're not a supporter of Trump.
I wouldn't say like I'm a big supporter, but I will say I don't regret who I voted for at the end of the day.
Why? He told bigger lies than Kamala Harris, and I thought that you were all about not wanting to lie.
Well, it's not just about lies. It's
Then what else is it
about
about?
being proud to be an American and putting your country first. And I just feel like the left is very anti that, and you can't change my mind on that.
How?
How are they anti-American?
Yeah.
I just feel like their policies don't really put Americans first, and they want you to rely on the government, and I
what
don't
policies?
think that's right. I can't tell you off the top of my head, but I'm not a debater. I can't even believe I'm talking right now. Like I'm just like telling
But
you.
it's like hope.
As
like,
a middle class citizen.
I'm not like telling you
think.
that I expect you to be a debater. I'm not telling you that I expect you to be the most knowledgeable person of all time. But if you make the claim that the policy of the left is anti-American, I would expect you to be able to articulate why you think that, which would include you naming the policy.
Okay, I think they're anti-American, anti-woman, a true woman. Like I can't even get into that. But I mean,
is Trump anti-woman?
No, I would say he loves women.
He loves women, even though he infringed on the human rights of 66 million of them with his ban on abortion.
I'm actually an ultrasound technician. I look at babies all day, and it is a baby.
So you think that abortion should be banned? Why?
No, I think it should be limited, very limited.
Why?
Because it's a baby. Like I look at them all
it's a
day.
baby.
They
You
put
look
their
at it.
fingers in their mouth. They jump around. Like it is a baby.
They jump around and they like play around in there before they have the ability to deploy. Okay, like in what trimester do they jump around?
9 weeks, 10 weeks. I would say
They don't even have developed limbs yet. They don't even have a brain
Yes, they
yet.
do. How are you going to tell me?
Bro,
I look at them 24/7.
what are we talking about? Okay, so it's a baby at 9 weeks. Okay, so you're saying that it's wrong to kill it because it looks like a baby?
Yes.
Because of what it looks like? So if it didn't look like a baby at 9 weeks, then you'd be okay with killing it?
I mean, at 6 weeks,
So I just want to clarify, if it didn't look like a baby at 9 weeks, would you be okay with killing it?
I would say there needs to be a limit, and I would say 8 weeks is the limit for myself.
Why is that where you draw the line?
Because it looks in it. I mean, it's a baby.
Okay, so you're saying that it's
can't
wrong
tell
to
me
kill the
it's
fetus
not.
because the fetus is a fetus. That's what we call a circular argument.
What does fetus mean in Latin? The famous Charlie Kirk quote.
Is this where you're gonna hit the
Tiny
really
human.
like awkward, like bad smile too?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, you just said tiny human. Okay, so you think it's wrong to kill the fetus because it's a human. And then fetus means human. So in other words, you're arguing it's wrong to kill the human because it's a human. That's a circular argument.
It's a good argument.
The reason why it's not good is because it's circular.
No.
Yes.
No.
You're saying wrong to kill human because it's a human. What have I said?
Would you not agree?
Yeah, I don't agree with your argument. It's circular.
What if it was square?
An argument can't be square. Circularity is a conceptual tool that we use to describe arguments in which you believe that the conclusion of the argument is derivative from itself.
I promise you.
It's true because it's true, or it's false because it's false.
Once you have a baby,
like check
if
this
you
out.
ever
Check
have a
this.
child-
Check this out. Okay, I want you to debunk the following argument. It's not wrong to kill a fetus because it's a fetus.
It's not wrong to kill a fetus because it's a fetus.
Yeah, bro.
I don't get it.
I want. That's my argument for why I'm pro-choice. Can you debunk that?
Okay, but my question is, how pro-choice are you? Are you pro-choice up till 30 weeks?
I just want you to debunk the argument, please.
Say it one more time, because
It's wrong to kill a fetus because it's a fetus.
I
Sorry,
would
it's not
agree.
wrong to kill the fetus because it's a fetus. My bad.
It's not wrong. I don't agree because a fetus, there's so many there's so many stages it goes through, and it grows so incredibly
listen,
fast.
bro, the way that you would debunk the argument that it's not wrong to kill the fetus is because it's a fetus is by pointing out the fact that that argument is circular. There's no explanatory power being granted within that position why you think that it's not wrong to do. There's no difference between saying that it's wrong to kill a fetus because it's a fetus, to saying that it's not wrong to kill a fetus because it's a fetus, to saying that it is wrong to kill a cow because it's a cow, to saying that it's not wrong to kill a cow because it's a cow,
well, we
to
are
saying
not
that
a
it is
cow.
okay to enslave black people because they're black people, to saying
No,
it's not
no one
okay to
ever
enslave
said
black people
that.
because they're black people, to say it is okay to rape women because they're women, to say it isn't okay to rape women because they're women. We could just replace the word fetus with anything, and then the word kill with anything, and then the term okay with not okay, and then all of a sudden we have your argument. We could just apply it to anything. Like, okay, like you said, it's wrong to kill the fetus because it's a fetus. Okay, are you a vegan?
I really only eat beef.
So explain to us why you think the argument it's wrong to kill a fetus because it's a fetus is valid, but the argument it's not wrong. Sorry, it's wrong to kill a cow because it's a cow is invalid.
I mean, I don't think killing cows are great. Like, I wish we didn't have to eat meat, but we do. I mean, it's just...
Okay.
But we don't eat our children. Like, I don't understand that argument is dead. Like, I don't get that.
Because we're exploring the explanatory power and the justification that you are granting for the conclusion. Okay? I asked you why you think it's wrong to kill a fetus, and then you responded by saying, because it is wrong to kill the fetus. This is you saying that the reason why it's reasonable to believe... One moment.
Wrong.
This is you saying the reasons why it's reasonable to believe it's wrong to kill a fetus is because of what it is. Okay? Let me just try to ask this question in a different way. Why do you think the thing in which the fetus is makes it wrong to kill it?
Because it's a human, and we should value every single human life.
Okay, so it's always wrong to end a human life?
Yes. What do you mean?
So self-defense is wrong?
I mean, no.
Okay, so it's not always wrong to end. Okay, well, if it's not wrong to end human lives under certain circumstances, okay, well then you don't believe it's always wrong to end human lives. And if you don't believe that it's always wrong to end human lives, then you saying it's wrong to end a fetus's life because it's human doesn't follow. You can't say that it's wrong to kill a fetus because it's human if you don't always think that it's wrong to kill humans.
I mean, I don't believe in the death penalty.
Dude, are you going to like
but if someone is trying to... I don't get what you're saying. If somebody is trying to physically kill you, obviously you're going to use self-defense. Like, that's just human nature.
Oh my God, bro. Okay, this is my last try, dude. Why do you think our species gives us moral value?
I think moral value is just... It's human instinct. It's for some people, unless you're a psychopath. I mean,
you're not. Can you repeat the question that I asked you?
No. Why,
dude? It was 5 words. Listen, I'll ask you again. Why do you think our species grants us moral value?
Oh, okay. I mean, I would say we're the superior species of this world.
So if it was not true that we were the superior species of this world, would we still have moral value?
Yes.
Then that's not the reason why you think our species gives us moral value. So I'll ask you again. Why do you think our species gives us moral value?
Because we're smart enough to know right from wrong.
Okay. So if it wasn't true that we are smart, would we still have moral value?
Probably not, because we would be more so on the animalistic side.
Perfect. Is a fetus smart?
I would say you don't. Okay, so I would say no, but is a 1 or 2 year old smart?
Okay, one moment. Then you don't think that a fetus has moral value?
I do.
But you just said if we weren't smart, then we wouldn't have moral value. Fetus not smart, therefore fetus don't have moral value.
Okay, but is someone with Down syndrome smart?
Hey,
No.
I think that people with Down syndrome can be smart. And
But most
B,
likely they're
even if they
mentally
weren't,
challenged.
this would just be a critique against your own fucking view that you're okay with killing Down
No,
syndrome
it
people.
wouldn't. I am not okay with that. That's like the
Bro,
opposite of what I'm saying.
I asked you why you think. Why do I do this to myself, bro? Why do I torture myself with idiots? Just like why, bro? Just like why? Why do I do this, bro? Just like why? Like, I don't have to do this. Like, I just like can kick her. It's like we just like can move on. How about we just do that, bro? How about we just move on? Dude. Struggling out here, man. Just struggling, bro. Just struggling, bro. Just like how? Just like how could people be so unacquainted with reality? Just like how, bro? Carl, thank you for the galaxy. Like, this is simple. I don't expect every person that joins our live stream to be like super intelligent. I don't expect every person who joins our live stream to be super knowledgeable. But like, come on. I do expect adults to be able to like grasp the basics of like critical thought. Like just the basics. Do you support Trump, Morgan?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
07.
What month?
December 20th to be exact.
Okay, yeah, let me thank a couple people, then the mic and the floor will be yours. Gentle Giant, thank you so much for the 20 Canadian dollar donation on Super Chat. That is a very kind contribution to the show. I'm very grateful for you, and thank you for supporting what we do here. Gentle Giant with a 20 Canadian dollar says, hello from Canada. Hearing the quote-unquote 51st state rhetoric is a little scary. A lot say it's a joke, but I genuinely wonder. It's amazing to watch my country come together to boycott American products and travel. Well, I appreciate you for the $20, Chris. Best of luck. Best of luck to you guys for real. FamCam, thank you for the $20. Who says, hey, caller who said the left relies on the government. I'm from a blue state that funds your beloved red states through our taxes, so y'all could continue to exist. You're so welcome. True, red states are relying on the government and blue states. Ryan with the $10. I appreciate you so much, Ryan. Let's get 100 Ryan W's. Thank you so very much. And then Chris, thank you so much for the $20 donation on Super Chat. Let's get to it. Chris W's, thank you for supporting what we do. I appreciate you for your donation. Chris with the $20 says, vegan ultra runner here who has run 100 miles under 13 hours twice. I'm the fastest in Gen Z. We don't need animals based foods to survive. People just like to have it. We could get all of our nutrition from plant-based sources. That's just true, dude. Like, listen, I'm not a vegan. I eat meat. But it's like, I can acknowledge that it's completely true that you don't need to eat meat to survive. That is just such a low IQ take. And then Goblin Nuts, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you. And then Tanner with the 10 says, I love your debates and lives, and honestly, you brighten my day. Oh, I'm so happy that what we do here is able to brighten your day, Tanner. That makes me really, really happy. Thank you for the love and support. And then over on Venmo, thank you, Jamie, for the $50. I appreciate you, Jamie. Let's get 500 JBWs. That is very, very kind of you. Thank you so much. Genuinely, thank you so very much. Jamie with the $50 says, at the moment, I'd pay you to be your mod. Definitely need a way to screen the guests. Maybe up on mute while I check, then boot. I appreciate you for the $50. I'm sure that a lot of people would get satisfaction out of kicking some of these idiots. Amanda, thank you for the $10. Just calling the last guest dumb. True. Garrett, thank you for the $20. Who says, I travel for work and listen to your live almost every day while driving. Well, I'm so happy that you enjoy the live streams, brother. Shout out to you, Garrett. Thank you for the love. Let's get 200 Garrett W's. And then Maria, thank you for the $10. Who says, watching you has become a part of my grandma. My pet and my daily routine. She's glad that somebody in the younger generation is fighting for women's rights. Well, shout out to you and your grandma Maria. You guys sound very, very pleasant. I appreciate you so much for that love and support. Same thing to you, Chloe. Thank you for the $5. Mila, thank you for the $8. And we are all caught up over on Super Chat, as well as we are caught up on Venmo. I appreciate you all so very much for the love. Over on PayPal, thank you for the $10. Carmen, Carmen, who says, thank you for putting up with foolishness. You're changing life. Some people may just be listening and internalizing. Keep going. Thank you so much, Carmen. I really appreciate you. Allison, thank you for the $20, who says, I think that sticking to the bodily autonomy argument with forced birthers is more productive than debating moral value, TBH. Maybe so, because they just can't understand that conceptual of a conversation or the slightest because of how dumb they are. You might actually have a point. Thank you for the $20, Allison. Let's get to it at Allison W's. Same same thing to SJ with the 14 bucks, who says, yes, my show's on while I'm relaxing. Hope you're doing well. I am doing well, SJ. Good to hear that you are relaxing. Thank you for the love. And then one last one for now. Raina, thank you for this $17 donation, who says, Dean, if you remember me a while back, I'm the Eric Cartman account, and I told you I got clean for my kids. I still wanted to tell you that I'm still clean. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you, Raina. Hell yeah. You are a really good mom for that. And trust me when I say that your kids will really thank you for that in the future. That is awesome. Thank you for the love and support, you guys. Why don't you go to take it away, Morgan, and tell us why you support Trump?
So the biggest reason that I support Trump. So I just got into politics. I'm obviously still young. And my biggest thing that I've noticed so far is the ICE. That is, well, I should say my favorite thing. So the reason I say that, and I want to bring that up too, because I've been watching you for a while. Like I've been, following along with what you say. And I love debating. I don't know, I just got into it. So I know the biggest thing that you say about Trump is that he is a rapist and he's done things, that aren't humane. My thing is that with the whole ICE thing and like the whole Biden being in office, when Biden was in office, he allowed immigrants into the United States. He had open borders. Those open borders allowed these criminals to get into the United States. And I know that not everybody came to the United States to cause violence. Some of them wanted to get away from their country and have a new life. That's immigration. But my biggest thing is that when these criminals came in, they were raping women and children. They were robbing. They were not only hurting people, they were hurting pets, animals, which I think is insane. And I would want those people out. And you saying that Trump is a rapist, and, I'm going to assume...
So just to clarify, you think that 98% of undocumented immigrants should be able to stay in America then, right?
What was that? I'm sorry.
You think that 98 to 99% of undocumented immigrants should be able to stay in America?
Undocumented? Should not be
because you just
in
said that you want
America.
like the rapists, pet eaters out. Okay, yeah, they account for around 1% of undocumented immigrants.
Yes, I do want them out.
Okay, so then you're okay with the other
Because-
99% of undocumented immigrants staying here?
No, I'm not okay with that.
I thought you just said you want the ones out that are like raping women and like doing super criminal
Yes,
things.
I want all illegal immigrants out. I
Okay,
don't care.
What do the 99% of undocumented immigrants who wouldn't hurt a fly have to do with the 1% of undocumented immigrants that are like raping women and being bad criminals? I mean,
Yes.
I feel like you just tried to attempt to make an overgeneralization where you're like, oh, because some of them are guilty of bad crimes. By the way, much less of them in comparison to U.S. citizens. Undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to engage in a violent crime on American soil. That therefore you're just going to overgeneralize all undocumented immigrants as being these super bad people and whatnot.
If people are coming to America to do good, they should come here legally. That is my take on it. If they are coming here to do good, which like I said before, not all of them came here to do bad, which is okay, but they need to come here legally.
Do you accept like the vast majority, and I mean like the vast majority, like 99% of undocumented immigrants came into this country not to do bad things?
Yes, and I want them to be here legally.
Okay, well, I mean, if you accept that the vast majority of undocumented immigrants came into this country without an intention of doing something bad, then like why did you start by generalizing them all as these like criminal rapists?
Because most of them are. Over 2 million. Over 2 million of them are. That is most. That's actually not. No.
Well, I mean, a bunch of issues with that claim. Even if 2 million undocumented immigrants were rapists, that still wouldn't be most rapists because according to Pew Research Center, there's 14 million undocumented immigrants in the country. And B, that claim is just statistically false. Around 2%, 1 to 2% of American citizens are violent criminals. And undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less to engage in violent crimes than U.S. citizens, meaning that 1% or less of undocumented immigrants are violent criminals. But see, I want you to give me the source for that very bold claim that over 2 million undocumented immigrants are bad, violent criminals.
RepublicanPolicy.house.gov.
Okay. So Republicans in the House have said this. Can you show me where they've said that?
Yes, it is under the domestic crime.
Oh, you actually want me to go to that website?
Oh, no. I just thought you were asking. Sorry.
RepublicanPolicy.house.gov.
Yes.
Okay. How about we go through this together? That seems pretty handy. We're looking for the source that says 2 million undocumented immigrants are violent criminals. Where do I go?
So you're gonna go to. Oops, sorry.
Oh my god, bro. Dude, as a web developer, listen, this website is fucking shit. They embedded
That's actually not how I got on that.
They embedded this website. They embedded this video in this website with like the basic like HTML toggles. Like, what the fuck? This is supposed to be like the background for a website. You're telling me that you couldn't like turn the basic HTML video toggles off just so it looks a little bit more clean? Lazy Republican web developers. Okay. But anyways, where can I go on this website to find evidence?
Yeah. So I didn't go on this section. It just brought me to the actual document. It's called Real Life Impacts of the Border Crisis. I don't know if there's a way to search that inside the like.
Real life impacts of the border crisis. Okay, so we searched it up. Tell me where to go.
Like I said before, it didn't bring me to like this whole thing, but it should, where it says like one of the PDFs. I think it might be under one of those.
Is this it?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, so where could I like read?
So
in
if
this
you
document?
scroll down, there's gonna be titles above where they talk about certain topics, and the one that talks about domestic crime.
Domestic crime.
Yes. Yep. And I think it's...
When it comes to criminal activity by illegal immigrants, a single added crime is too much and would be prevented by coherent border policy. However, there's evidence illegal immigrants disproportionately commit violent crimes in comparison to legal residents of the country. While many jurisdictions do not keep track of crime data by immigration status, Texas does. A study of 2019 Texas found that once illegal immigrants were identified during their prison stays and added to the total counter of illegals, they were 14% more likely to be convicted of homicide and 78% more likely to be convicted of sexual assault than the overall Texas population. By the way, this is heavily refuted. The source for the refutation of this would be PNAS. And then it goes on to say that President Trump's Department of Justice released a report using 2018 data that showed 64% of all federal arrests were of non-U.S. citizens compared to just 37% in 1998. The flood of illegal immigration has indisputably gotten worse since the report was released. Also, non-U.S. citizen is not identical to illegal immigration. That could be tourists, people on visas, green cards, legal immigrants that aren't citizens, so on and so forth. In addition, our open border policy, our open border allows criminals who have already been convicted of previous crimes to gain access into our country. In 2023 alone, Border Patrol encountered thousands of illegal immigrants with prior convictions in the U.S. or abroad for assault, robbery, and sexual offenders. And also, the close to 2 million known and unknown gotaways presumably include many convicted criminals. Okay. All right. So let's just get this straight, bro. You made the claim that over 2 million undocumented immigrants in America have committed violent crimes. And then your source says that the nearly 2 million known undocumented immigrants who got away in the country may include convicted criminals. So do you understand the difference between stating that every member of a group is a violent criminal and stating that this group presumably includes some people who may be violent criminals?
My biggest thing with that is that they were escaping. Do
you understand that there's a big difference between those two statements?
Yes, I do understand that.
Okay. So then when you said that 2 million undocumented immigrants are violent criminals, you were wrong, correct?
Well, there's no actual evidence to prove that every single one of those people who ran away, if you're running away from something, what does that mean? That you are most likely doing something wrong. If you are trying to, escape or trying to run from something or somebody that's going to catch you, that means that you're doing something incorrect.
Okay, so if a rapist is trying to catch you and you run away from them, you're doing something wrong because you're running away.
Okay, not if you're...
Okay, so you're wrong. Because what you just said is that every time person one is running from person two, one did something wrong.
They were escaping the country because they knew that there would be consequences.
They were escaping
you are
the country?
escaping-
I'm confused on what you mean. Do you think? What do you think?
Running. The people who got away, it said it in the thing, that got away.
What do you think
That
a got
means
away
that they
is?
knew that there was consequences.
What do you think? What do you think a got away is?
That they left, no return. There was nothing about them.
Like left the country? Like left the U.S.?
Yes.
So you're saying that a got away is
Or
is
that
an
they're
undocumented
still
immigrant?
in here.
Wait,
or
so a got away?
undocumented.
So a got away is an undocumented immigrant that leaves the U.S.
That or they're
That
still
or
in
what?
here, but not found yet. That
Okay,
they got away.
Okay. Well, let me just clarify this for you. You're
Yes,
just like
please
completely
incorrect
wrong.
me if I'm wrong.
So a got away is just an unlawful border crosser who's like actively coming across the border that is like seen or detected by cameras or agents, but they're never caught, and then they move into the interior of the country, and then they're an undocumented immigrant in America. So you're just completely wrong with what a got away is. And B, I want you to fucking concede that you were violently incorrect when you suggested that 2 million undocumented immigrants are violent criminals because 2 million undocumented immigrants are gotaways.
All right. Can
you just admit that you were wrong? Like, are you capable of admitting that you were wrong?
No, because 2
Bro.
million people who either weren't found or who
No.
even can still
All that
possibly
a gotaway
be in
is just an undocumented immigrant that comes into our country, but because we have really expensive detection techniques, we're like picked up on a camera or a sensor. That's all that means. And you're saying that if you're an undocumented immigrant that comes into America and you're picked up on a camera or a sensor, that you're a violent criminal. Okay, so what is the violent crime that they committed?
coming into this country.
That's a violent
illegal.
crime, bro?
I have seen videos.
I just want to clarify. You think
Yes,
that
hold on. I have seen videos.
Yes,
of
undocumented
people.
entry to America is a violent crime?
It is it's illegal. That's why they are called illegal immigrants.
But now you're obfuscating. No, I didn't ask you what is the possible crime that they're guilty of. And even then, that requires further adjudication because in a vast majority of circumstances, undocumented entry is not a crime. And if it's adjudicated at all, it's adjudicated in a civil court, not a criminal court, meaning it would be by definition a crime. But that's not even what I asked you, nor is that what you said. You didn't say that 2 million undocumented immigrants in America are guilty of a crime. No, you said that 2 million undocumented immigrants are in America are guilty of a violent crime. And then your evidence was this paper that's just saying that there's 2 million undocumented immigrants that came into this country and were detected by sensors or cameras, and they're therefore quote unquote gotaways. So I'll ask you again, if you're not willing to admit that you were wrong, by the way, I just have no clue why you're unwilling to admit that you're wrong. Like, bro, you just are wrong. But if you're unwilling to admit that you're wrong, why don't you go ahead and specify to the 36,000 people watching on TikTok and YouTube combined, the violent crime that these 2 million people are guilty of?
Can I ask you another question? Is that okay? I mean, listen, I can answer. So you're telling me to admit that I'm wrong. And this is the great thing that I like about politics, is that somebody can say this and, you know, they could be wrong, they couldn't be wrong. And, you know, whatever. I personally do not think that I'm wrong. It says there, 2 million people who, if they're getting caught on a camera, especially somewhere, if they did a crime and they got caught on the camera, that's illegal.
No, dude. Oh my goodness. Okay, then what's the violent? Okay, so you're not willing to admit that you're wrong. You still believe with conviction
and the violent crimes that they're doing,
there's 2 million,
robbery,
all those 2 millions that they were guilty of violent crimes.
abuse.
How do you? How do you know that every single one of the 2 million undocumented immigrants have engaged in a violent crime? How do you know that?
We don't, and that's why I don't like it.
But you said that you do know that. No. You claimed, you said, Dean, there are 2 million undocumented immigrants in America who are guilty of a violent crime. That is you saying that you believe okay, with
Yes.
reason that
And
they've
they're-
committed a violent crime.
Exactly.
So okay,
And then
so
going
convince
back
me
to
that
the
that's
Godaway,
listen. Hey, listen. Convince
still
me that's a
here.
reasonable. Listen. Convince me that that is a reasonable belief to hold. Convince me that it is reasonable to believe that 2 million undocumented immigrants are guilty of violent crimes because 2 million undocumented immigrants were detected by cameras or sensors at the border. Convince me why that's reasonable to believe.
Somebody who is here can't speak English, who can't understand laws and rules. Somebody who came here, who is coming here to do bad. It is wrong. It is illegal.
Have you ever sped before?
What was that? I'm sorry.
Have you ever sped before?
Sped? Can you clarify that?
Oh, wait. Let me use MAGA language. Have you ever speeded before?
I've never heard of that before.
You've never heard of speeding before? Like in a car?
Yes, and actually, I just watched a police body cam video not that long ago of 2 illegal immigrants who were doing over 100 miles an hour because they didn't know the speed limit signs and what that meant.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, because
They could have killed somebody. There was somebody
because you need to know English to read numbers. You should tell that to the Arab individuals that created the Arabic numerals, like 1, 2,
They were
3, 4,
Japanese
5, 6, 7,
immigrants.
8, 9. No, so true, so true. But have you ever gone over the speed limit when you were driving your car?
Yes, but not felony speeding. Felony speeding is different than
Okay. So you like engage in misdemeanor speeding. Okay, so yeah, this person. I wish I could say these people, but
Somebody
just,
doing
I
5 over
guess it's just
is
one
not going
I
to kill
guess.
somebody.
I guess these people, these white Trump supporters, these people have no respect for the laws and have no respect for the rules in place because these people have committed a misdemeanor crime. Wow, bro. A misdemeanor traffic infraction. You broke the law. These people have no respect for our country. These people have no respect for our laws. These people have no respect for the rules in the book. You know what? Frankly, these people must therefore be violent criminals. You know, these people are violent criminals. They're very dangerous. They're very terrible. These people are probably going to rape your wife. These people are probably going to try to eat your pets and dogs because these people engaged in a misdemeanor traffic violation of speeding 10 miles over the speed limit.
Well, 100 miles an hour and a 35 is felony speeding.
Okay, why are we mentioning the fact that, yes, going 100 miles and a 35 is felony speeding?
Yes.
Where the fuck did that come from?
Because you were talking about a misdemeanor.
Yeah, just like undocumented entry is a misdemeanor. Silly goose.
Yes.
Yeah, and you're saying that because they committed that misdemeanor, they just have no respect for the law, they have no respect for the rules, they have no respect for a country, and they are therefore
It's
probably
not even
a
about
violent
them
criminal.
respecting it. They don't understand it is the problem.
Okay, then tell me why they're
They
2.5
don't.
times. Okay, bro. You're just so fucking stupid. Okay.
And also-
wait. First question that I have to clarify. So I asked you why you believe that all 2 million gotaways at the southern border were guilty of violent crimes, and then you said it's because they're guilty of a misdemeanor crime. Okay. Wow. And that was a great argument, by the way. So here's my question. Then why don't you believe that all undocumented immigrants are violent criminals? Because they're all guilty of that same misdemeanor crime. So why are they therefore not all violent criminals? Because wasn't it your justification for why the 2 million gotaways are guilty of a violent crime?
Yes, they're all criminals. You're
I'm not out, dude. You're kid. You continue to equivocate. Are they violent criminals?
Yes.
Oh my God, bro. Okay, you know what? Check this out. Quick question, ma'am. Is Trump a violent criminal?
Okay. In what scenario?
I just want to know. Is he or is he not? Just inform us all.
Like I said before I even started this, I'm just getting into this. So
you
I might not
should get out of this. You should get out. You should take the first off ramp from the interstate because you're bad at this. Is Trump a violent criminal?
I personally don't think so. But can I ask you some more questions?
Shut the fuck up. No, because I need to speak before you could ask me even one more question, Morgan.
Okay.
Let me get this straight. You could rape a woman. You can be accused in the Epstein files by a survivor of Epstein. You could violate the Epstein Files Transparency Act over 1 million times. You could be found guilty of 34 felonies. You could be found guilty of violating the Civil Rights Act. You could be found guilty of defrauding a bank. You could be found guilty of defrauding your university. You could intentionally conceal classified documents at your private estate in Mar-a-Lago. You can attempt to overturn the outcome of a free and fair election in 2020. You could be found guilty of, I think, over 1,000 lawsuits. You could rape your ex-wife according to her allegation. You'd be credibly accused by 40 plus people. You could boast about sexual exploitation and barging into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls to look at them while they change. Okay? You could send Epstein a letter depicting the naked body of a little girl saying that they have all these things in common and that Trump wishes Epstein next day to be a wonderful little secret without being a violent criminal. But then you're telling me that an unaccompanied minor who stumbled across the border at 3 years old, okay, and then got split from their parents is a violent criminal. What the fuck are we doing? Have you ever heard of this cool thing called using your goddamn brain? Genuinely, I am flabbergasted by your ignorance, and I talk to Trump supporters for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I am flabbergasted, specifically flabbergasted by your ignorance in a way that I have not been flabbergasted by the ignorance of a guest in a very, very long time.
Well, going along with that, do you support your government?
Do you support responding to the argument that was given to you?
No, I'll respond.
That was asked for you.
Because this goes with the response. Do you support your government?
I support my government when it does good things. I don't support my government when it does bad things.
So you can say that about anybody. Somebody who is a Biden supporter, somebody who's a Trump supporter. I could be supporting Trump right now. He says one thing or does one thing. Okay, I'm out. He does another good thing. Now I'm back in. What you just said doesn't make any sense.
You're equivocating. A government is not an individual person. A government
it is a group of people.
A government is a collective of individuals with power dispersed co-equally amongst the three main branches constituted by various independent agencies and groups. There are some parts of the government that I do support, like, for instance, firefighters, like, for instance, National Park Service, like, for instance, wild firefighters, like, for instance, forest services. There are some instances of the government passing a bill that I support, like, for instance, the Civil Rights Act, like, for instance, protecting gay individuals' rights to access to marriage through the Supreme Court, like, for instance, Roe v. Wade. Okay, but then there are many other aspects of my government that I do not support, like, for instance, when slavery was legal, like, for instance, continual imperialism overseas. Okay, so when you ask me a question about a massive conglomerate that constitutes many different individual parts and then subparts under those individual parts, I wouldn't be able to tell you in one word that I do or I don't support my government. Okay? But individual people are not massive conglomerates made up of different parts. They're just one person, okay, with one continuous decision-making process, with one continuous mind and one continuous body that I can make very easy and obvious moral judgments on, and I am more than happy to say that I don't support Trump because he's a rapist. But what you're not responding to is the fact that you said all undocumented immigrants are violent criminals in virtue of the fact that they're undocumented immigrants. It doesn't matter if they're a hardened gang member who have raped 5 people or a minor that was unaccompanied and then left at the border. They're all violent criminals. Have you been able to articulate the violent crime that they're guilty of? No. Have you been able to articulate what you think a violent crime even is? No. Have you been able to articulate why you think they're all violent criminals? No. And then I hit you with a point of hypocrisy where, like, oh yeah, these unaccompanied minors are definitely violent criminals. But then you don't think that the rapist is a violent criminal. You don't think that the sexual exploiter that boasted about it and called it funny is a violent criminal. You don't think the guy that was credibly accused in the Epstein files is a violent criminal. You don't think that, like, the literal criminal who's been found guilty of 34 felonies is a violent criminal. And I want you to address these very important points.
Okay. So with Trump, there are things that I agree with and things that I disagree with. Those points that you just brought up, it doesn't matter who you are. You could be the president of the United States, a senator, a governor, a mayor, or you could be an American citizen. Anybody who does who raped somebody is bad, right?
That Trump is bad.
No, if somebody.
But you just said anybody who rapes somebody is bad, and Trump has raped somebody.
Okay, yes, but also too, those illegal immigrants have also raped many people. Does that make them any better or any less? Because the way that you, it seems to me that you,
God.
the stuff that you say,
oh my
is that
motherfucking God,
the biggest point that you bring up is that Trump raped somebody.
Bro,
okay,
we're doing it again, bro. We're doing it again.
These
we're doing
people,
it again, bro.
There's other people who have raped somebody. It is bad. It is.
Wow, man. There's more than one rapist. Wow.
Absolutely.
I can't fathom this realization. I can't fathom this realization that there's more than one rapist. You were just exploding my brain and making me reconsider everything that I've ever thought. Bro, I don't give a fuck if it is a rich white man that is a rapist or an undocumented immigrant that is a rapist. All rapists deserve less than what they have. Feel free to interpret that statement however, and I mean however you want. Okay? But the point is, okay, to say that you don't think Trump is a bad person, even in consideration of the fact that Trump is a rapist, because some undocumented immigrants are too, is fucking mindless. Okay? Because if you're suggesting the standard that if one person in a group of people is a rapist, that you shouldn't care if there's other people who are too, well, then we shouldn't care that some undocumented immigrants are rapists because Trump is too. Oh my God.
No,
how are you going to respond to that?
I'm saying that we should care more.
We should care more if an undocumented immigrant is a rapist?
No, I'm saying.
You're saying that we should care more if Trump is a rapist.
About everybody doing that.
Would you ever make a rapist?
This is where I'm at.
Would you ever put a rapist, undocumented immigrant in a position of power?
All of that stuff is true because
would you ever put a rapist, undocumented immigrant in a position of power?
Not an undocumented citizen.
But you'd put a rapist citizen in a position of power?
It would need to be heavily proven. Then
How about this? I want to go back to the claim that you made earlier about calling all undocumented immigrants violent criminals. Also, Parker Santa Rose, I got you. What's a violent crime that they're guilty of?
Robbery, sexual offenses, assault. They're, raping women.
Oh, just like various violent crimes. Okay.
Killing people.
Could you please prove that it's reasonable to believe by providing justification for the claim that every undocumented immigrant is a violent criminal?
They are because they came into this country.
That's not a violent crime.
Yes, it is. It's a crime.
What's a violent crime? Could you tell us what a violent crime is? Could you tell the class what a violent crime is, ma'am?
Can you? I mean, you've been looking at your computer, researching, doing. You just. I watched you look up what a getaway is.
Actually, fucking.
Reading it off your computer. So why don't you
look? No, bro. Just answer the question, bro. Come on, bro. Can you tell us what a violent crime is? Even if it's just what you think a violent crime is. What do you think a violent crime is?
A crime that is extravagant. A crime that is. You deserve to be in jail.
What? That's what a violent crime is to you? What are you talking about? I've never heard someone ever define a violent crime that way. Like, you might be the only human ever in the existence of the world to do that. So far. Extravagant? That was the way that you just used the definition?
Yes.
How does that tell us what a violent crime is?
It is something like murder, rape, killing somebody, doing something that's crazy.
This? A crime that has
not
specific
unlawfully entering the country.
How about this? How about a violent crime is a crime that has a specific victim or victims, and the crime hurts them a lot.
What was that? I'm sorry, you froze.
A violent crime is a crime with a specific victim or specific victims, and that crime directly, in virtue of itself, hurts them a lot.
Yes.
Okay, so a violent crime is a crime that has a specific victim that directly, in virtue of itself, hurts them a lot. And you're arguing that undocumented entry is a violent crime. Specify the specific victim and then specify how it directly hurts them a lot.
So, the victim would be America and its citizens.
Well, America can't be a victim because only people can be victims, and America is not a person. Try again.
Okay, no. America would be the victim along
No,
with its
America
citizen.
is a country, which is a social construct. A social construct can't be a victim because a social construct is not a subject. A social construct is not a person. A social construct is not its own tangible material entity.
No. Not even, and I said America and its citizens. What are citizens?
Dude,
people.
How could you victimize a social construct? How could you turn a social construct into a victim? Do you think it makes sense to say
because it's
that
not
I
just
could,
one
that
person
I,
coming in.
That I could
it is
turn your
multiple,
name.
million. It just said on here millions, right?
Do you think it's possible that I could turn your name into a victim?
I mean, you could do anything anymore.
All right, bro. Okay. All right, bro. I'll just accept it. So the victim of the violent crime of undocumented entry is America.
And its citizen.
And how does undocumented entry directly, in virtue of itself, specifically hurt them a lot?
Yes, because if they do not escape or get away.
I have a perfect question. The people on January 6th that broke into the Capitol, was that a violent crime?
They were being paid to do it.
Okay. Wait, what? Wait, I'm asking the people who broke into the Capitol, was that a violent crime just by virtue of walking in? Because they committed a law, they violated the law against the federal government, therefore it has a victim. Under your view, it'd be a violent crime, right?
She left. Dude, that is probably...
Bro, dude, stop being a Zionist, bro. Stop lying to the internet. It's actually weird, bro. Like, you're actually weird.
That is actually probably one of the most stupid people that has been on this live stream ever. I can't believe it, Parker.
Yeah, I was that was interesting. I don't know if they left because of my question or just because of everything that preceded it. I think it was probably the latter.
I don't know, bro. I don't know. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. I have a couple of people to thank you for their love, so I'm going to do that here in one moment. Let's just try to get that very first guest up. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes. Yeah, nigger.
That's Trump supporters for you guys. Trump supporters are really racist and like to scream the hard R because they hate black people and they want minorities to suffer, and they'll tell you it to your face. Let's go to get the next guest up here. They hate minorities, they hate black people, and they'll tell you it to your face by screaming the hard R. That's maybe one really big reason why you shouldn't associate yourself with MAGA, right? Let's go and get that next guest up here. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Couple people to thank. Miss Shannon. Miss Shannon, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for that love, Shannon. I want to see 1,000 Shannon W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so fucking much. Huge shout out to Shannon down below because that is an unreal amount of money. I'm very, very grateful for you. Thank you so much for the unreal love and support. Show some massive, massive love to Shannon down below. Shannon with $100 says, that was one of the most hateful guests I've heard in your live streams. Wow. Hateful and stupid. Oh my goodness. Just like, how lost does somebody have to be to become that? I don't know how to describe it, bro. I appreciate you for the $100. I want to see 1,000 Shannon W's in that chat. Thank you so much for going above and beyond. I'm very, very grateful for you. Same thing to you, Helen. Thank you for the $50 donation on Venmo. Let's also get 500 Helen W's on top of those 1,000 Shannon W's. Helen with the 50 says, I teach ESL to immigrant kids. Many are undocumented. They're the most well-behaved at school, and their parents are hardworking. None are violent, especially kids who had no choice about coming. I'm the child of an immigrant fleeing war. Thank you for standing up for us. No, that last guest was just so fucking hateful. And you just know that she's never spoken to an immigrant in her fucking life. You just know it. You just know it. Because it's unreal. Okay? You think that all immigrants are violent criminals? Go talk to one of those violent criminals. You know what they're going to do? Not. They're going to offer you a hot plate of food, and a nice cup of water, or maybe another drink. They'll bring you into the backyard. They'll fill you up, and they'll have good conversations with you for as long as you want to hang out. Why? Because I don't know. At least for me, every immigrant I know is fucking based. Like what are we doing? Oh yeah, the violent immigrant. The violent immigrant is going to offer you a hot plate of food. The violent immigrant is going to extend you an invitation to their local church service that they go to with their family to celebrate their faith and religion in a good faith, productive, cohesive manner, because unlike many other people, they actually think that people are equal to one another. The nicest people ever, bro. The nicest fucking people ever. It's just unreal. It's just unreal. Just unreal. Thank you for the $50. Welcome in, Diego. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do, but not the way you think. I support it because I'll think he's the less of two evils.
Okay, honestly. You have a lot of reverb in whatever space you're in. Maybe if there's another space that you're in that you could go into, I'd really appreciate that. And while you're working on that, man, I'm going to finish thanking my donors. Joseph, thank you for the $20. It's
because of my glasses, probably.
That sounds a lot better where you're at. Just let me thank a couple of people and the mic of the floor will be yours. Joseph, thank you for the $20. Who says 10 toes on business with that statement. Quote unquote, all rapists deserve less than they have. So true. I appreciate you so much for the $20. Let's get to it. Joseph W's. Thank you. Ari, Isabella, and Olivia. Appreciate you guys for the $5. Yesenia and Michelle. Thank you guys for the $2 and the $5. Phoebe, appreciate you for the $5. And Pay, appreciate you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Pay, that is very, very kind of you. Thank you for the love and support. Let's get 500 Pay W's. That is very, very kind of you, Pay. Huge shout out to you. And then Serena with the $15 says, appreciate you. Much love as always. Much love to yourself, Serena. And then Taylor with the $10 says, my family is very MAGA and I enjoy your lives. Well, I appreciate you, Taylor. And hell yeah, I'm happy that we can help reinforce your beliefs when maybe you don't get that same type of structural support from your family. Over on Super Chat, thank you for the $10. T, who says, these kids and adults who slur on stream forget that the internet is forever. Yeah. Thank you for the $20. Z, who says, donating $20 to you. I don't know about that. I'm going to keep that one to myself, but I do appreciate you for the love. And then Gentry, thank you for the $25. Thank you, Gentry, who says, my mom and I have been following you for over a year. Because of all of this, she has registered to vote for the first time in her life. She realized that we need logical people to vote in order to combat the idiocracy that is MAGA. I fucking love that, Gentry. Please give my very best to your mother. I love that so much. Over on PayPal, thank you, Jacob, for the $14, who says the difference between an undocumented immigrant and a rapist is Trump bringing the first one being that the rapist is the freaking president. He's in the highest office. How are those the same? These people are crazy. Love the content. That last guest absolutely was crazy. Morgan with the $10 says, Dean, please never bring up another Morgan again. This is so embarrassing for us Morgans out there. LOL. Anonymous, thank you so much for the $10. Who says, here's a small tip for losing your shit and kicking the guest instead of dealing with a brain rot. I actually didn't kick her. She left on her own. Kathy, thank you for the $10, who says, life is becoming too difficult. It's getting hard to hold on. Oh, Kathy, hey, listen, talk to a professional, okay? I'm not even going to give you my input. I want you to talk to a professional if you're having those feelings. All right, Kathy, I appreciate you so much. And maybe that's not what you meant. You just said that life is getting difficult because of the Trump administration, but I'm just being super cautious here, okay? Riley, I appreciate you for the $10. Thank you so much. And as well, Miss Kayla, thank you so much for the $100 donation on PayPal. Thank you so much, Kayla. Let's get 1,000 Kayla W's in the comment section. Thank you so much for the monumental love to the stream. I'm very, very grateful for you. Thank you so much, Kayla. Kayla with $100 says, you're doing amazing, Dean. Just keep up the great work. I'll try my best. Day in and day out, I test myself a little bit more because let me tell you, these fuckers are nuts, Kayla. Thank you so much for the unreal level of love and support. And we actually got another big one here. God damn, you guys have been so fucking kind to me today. Thank you, Mary, for the $82 donation, who says, you, Parker, and Santana are the best at what you guys do. Well, I try every single day to get better, Miss Mary. It's funny that you included Parker in that statement because I know you sent that around an hour ago, but now we actually have the man, the myth, the legend himself on the stream. Thank you so much for the $82. Once again, another absolutely insane donation. Huge shout out out to Mary. Huge shout out to Kayla. Huge shout out to all of the donors. We are all caught up on Venmo, PayPal, and Super Chat. If you do want to support me, ask a question, or get a message across, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and the handles at the top of the phone screen on TikTok right there. Thank you for your patience, Diego. Go ahead and tell Parker why you support Trump as president, because I'm quickly going to run and use the restroom.
Yeah, that's fine.
So go ahead.
The first thing I'm gonna tell you is I don't know how you hold this for so long with this lady, man. Honestly, that was crazy.
Okay. All right. Well, why do you support Donald Trump?
I support it because he's the less of two evils. Me as an immigrant.
Why do you think he's the lesser of two evils?
Because me as an immigrant, we think that this country and the other administration haven't done anything for us. And I don't think that what this administration show on TV that is doing for immigrants is as bad as they are showing compared to previous data. So
okay. What has the Trump administration done in benefit of immigrants?
In benefit of immigrants, especially for my country, is a lot of things that they've done for us. Like basically trying to get rid of communism. They're, opposing like the people over there, and it just cleaning and taking the actual bad immigrants out, because we're not, the same. Like we're not all bad, and what they're doing is cleaning and taking, the bad people out, basically.
No, they're going after people who just came here for a better life, and in most instances. Actually proportionally to a greater extent than what the Obama administration did, for example, at a 4 times higher rate than Obama. So actually, that's not true. Now, this idea that you have that they're just going after people who are bad and they're not just going after people who are good, right? What evidence do you have to believe that?
You're right. It's not like, their main goal is going after people that are criminals. And with criminals, I'm not talking, about violent criminals. Unfortunately, we're immigrants. And if we come here to America, it's because we're running away from our system because it sucks. And we're coming here looking for a better life and something that America has to offer. And we have to behave, unfortunately.
If you want to go after those that are violating immigration law, why do you support an administration that is violating immigration law and violating the due process rights?
Hold on, say it again. I've been here 4 years only, so just, try to use simple words for me, please. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I got you. So,
hey, by the way, I thought I'd just quickly butt in here. You actually have really good English if you're telling me that it's a language that you've only been learning for 4 years. But go ahead, Parker.
Yeah. What do you last remember? And then I'll start from there.
Yeah. You were telling me that it was about the immigrants. I told you that they were, we come here, we have to behave. Because unfortunately, it's like if you have somebody in your house and if you see this, like guests that you have start doing like wrong things, you just kick him out, Well, if
you're telling me that you're like a citizen, like you immigrated into America and you're a citizen, you're not a guest in the house. You're one of the owners of the house.
No, I'm not a citizen. I'm a permanent resident.
How about this? 2 sentences or less. Why is Trump a good president? In consideration of everything that you've said back and forth with Parker, let's just reduce it down into one very simple claim.
Because the media is saying trying to play like the immigrants as victims. We're not victims. It's just we don't have a condition that the people like me, and I was lucky that I could become a green card holder. But we have to come here and behave. If we don't, we'll be kicked out.
Go ahead, Parker.
Yeah. So essentially the question I was asking him is, if you want to go after those that are violating immigration law, why do you support the Trump administration that is violating immigration law and violating people's due process rights?
Because it's like they're doing it, but that was a good one. Let me see if I can explain myself. They're doing it, but the intention is not that. Unfortunately, you can control everything that ICE agents are doing. And in this country, nothing will surprise me that they could be like agents, that are actually Democrats or something, that somebody that may be getting paid to do these kind of things and put in eyes like on
I'm just not hearing anything. I haven't heard anything of substance this whole time. Like, bro, like when are you going to give us a claim with substance why Trump is a good president?
I'm not saying that Trump is a good president. I'm saying
Can you give us a claim with substance on why Harris would have been worse?
Because she will be like, okay, what have the Democrats done for immigrants?
Okay. Well, not illegally deported 300 of them to get tortured in CCOT for starters. But what have the Democrats done for immigrants? Work programs. I'm pretty sure that green card and visa holders as a whole are Democratic initiatives from the left. Expansion of social safety nets. Expansions to social safety nets to include non-citizens was a Democrat thing. DACA was a Democrat thing. Work programs for undocumented immigrants was a Democrat thing. But that's on once again, I want to claim with substance why Harris would have been a worse president. When can I get a claim with substance that Democrats would that Kamala Harris would have been a worse president?
Because they don't care about the immigrants. They want. Seriously.
Okay. I would argue that the guy who wants to torture innocent immigrants, literally torture them in another country's torture prison, is probably cares about immigrants a little bit less, bro. The guy who's hired violent domestic abusers to be ICE agents that have then executed immigrants while they were just having a lunch break in their car and then defended them and blocked investigation, probably cares about the immigrants a little bit less, bro.
It's but the point is, he says, openly that he don't. Let's say, that he says that he don't like immigrants.
What's the response? Convince me that Kamala Harris cares for immigrants less than the guy who's defending ICE agents literally executing immigrants in broad daylight and intentionally deporting them in violation of their civil rights to a place in El Salvador where they are literally getting tortured. What's the argument? If you can't give the argument, I'm going to leave the same way 4,000 people have left since you started talking because this is incoherent nonsense.
And so, answering your question, why they haven't given papers to all the illegal immigrants they've been having here for over 20, 30 years.
Okay. So your response to my question was to further ask me why Democrats haven't done mass amnesty. Asking me why Democrats haven't done mass amnesty is not responding to the last argument I gave you.
I'm not saying mass amnesty. You have people that have been paying taxes, working hard for over 20, 30.
Done with our conversation, dude. Incoherent. Janine, welcome in.
Hello.
All right. Do you want to give a reason why Trump is a good president?
Because he is.
Oh man, that was really informative. Thanks, Janine.
Oh my god.
We should bring Diego back.
You should.
He did. He at least he said more than, I don't know. It just is true.
You guys don't. What's the point? What is the point of to keep talking about Trump? Why don't you guys talk about something useful? He's your president.
The point of still talking about Trump is because you still support him, Janine.
He's got 2 more years left. You'll be doing this long and then he'll be president. So why don't you talk about more democratic policies? What makes you guys better than Trump?
Because I'd rather talk about why you still support him, Janine. Why do you still support him, Janine?
President, and I do like some of the things he's doing.
Wait, you support him in virtue of the fact that he's a president. So if Jeffrey Epstein was a president, you'd support Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, shut up about Epstein, like you guys care about Epstein.
Yeah, I do happen to care about sexual violence.
A couple years, give me a break, because I remember a couple years back, you guys were making fun of the whole Epstein thing because you guys thought it was a hoax. But now Trump's name was mentioned in it.
There's not a single moment that ever happened.
You guys make it like just that you
prove
that once.
Yeah, when did we say the Epstein stuff was a hoax?
I didn't say you said it was a hoax, but you guys were mocking it because of MPG and stuff
how dishonest of you! You first claimed we called it a hoax. Secondly, when did we mock it even as well?
You guys didn't take anything with Epstein seriously, and you know it.
Can you show us evidence for that? Could you show us evidence that we did that?
That's the only thing you guys care about. I listen to your streams. Okay, here come the comments. Oh my God, you lie, you people.
You're literally just lying.
Yeah. Can you just show us any evidence of the last
Yes, you
thing
are.
said?
You absolutely are lying.
How's this? Did you guys ever even mention Epstein in any of your chats? I mean, your lives.
Wait. You just exposed yourself as a liar because less than 3 seconds ago.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did, Janine. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying, Janine. Listen to what I'm saying. You just exposed yourself as a liar, Janine. You just exposed yourself as a liar. The reason why you just exposed yourself as a liar is because 30 seconds ago, you accused me and Parker of mentioning the Epstein files in a very trivial way where we're almost making fun of them. But now 30 seconds later, you're asking us if we've ever mentioned the Epstein files before Trump.
No.
So which one is it? Which one is it? Which one is it? Which one is it? Do you believe that we did mention the Epstein files and you remember us making a joke out of them? Or do you not remember us ever mentioning the Epstein files, so now you're asking us if we did? Which one is it, Janine?
Well, again, I'm asking you guys the question. I already told you. I remember when a couple lives in the past couple, before Trump became president, Epstein was mentioned, and you guys were like, kind of like laughing it off. Never took it seriously. Never heard you guys once even bring it up in the chat or live. Did you guys even talk about Epstein before?
This is just a lie.
How many times have you guys ever brought up Epstein in any of your lives?
Janine, you literally just said that we literally laughed at it. Now you're saying, oh, did you even bring it up? Do you hear yourself at all?
You guys take everything so seriously. Get it.
You take everything so seriously. Am I supposed to not take what you're saying right now seriously?
Yeah.
Wait, so Janine, you're telling us right now we should not take what you're saying seriously right now.
Like,
you take everything.
Also,
literally.
Janine, of course I'm gonna take it seriously when you accuse us of making a mockery of the sexual violation of newborn children who were raped and killed. That is a seriously defamatory claim.
What kid was raped and killed?
What
kid was raped and killed?
Kids in the Epstein files? They literally ate their intestines?
Name one. Prove one case where a kid was killed in the Epstein case. Prove it.
And the files where they talk about eating the intestines of newborns.
And you believe that? I mean, come on. Some of the stuff was debunked and kind of not. It was like a lot of things were falsified.
Okay. So you think that they raped a bunch of children, but they didn't kill a single child?
Say that again?
So you think that they raped a bunch of children, but they didn't kill a single child?
I don't think they raped children. No.
What?
There's no.
You don't think that there were any children that were assaulted?
Have you listened to some of those accusations?
What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm sorry, Janine. Are you really saying that there's not a single person that was assaulted in the Epstein files that actually was assaulted?
I believe there were some cases, but not to the extent that you guys think there was.
Can you name one case that you believe?
Okay, so as far as the rape thing, no, I don't really know because none of them were proven. A lot of them were debunked.
So okay, wow, you're such a rape apologist. No, honestly, fuck you. You're such a rape apologist. You won't even believe the victims of Epstein.
This is what you guys do. This is what you guys do.
You're such a rape apologist. You don't even think Epstein was a rapist.
You don't know anything about the Epstein case.
Dude, if you don't listen, bro. If you don't think that Epstein is a rapist, you just need to be sent away from society to live in the woods with berries and trees.
What do you know about Epstein? What do you know about the case?
Let me tell you. What do I know about Epstein? Very good question. I know that Epstein was a pedophile rapist. That's what I know about Epstein.
And how did he get exposed? How did they find out about?
How did he get exposed for being a pedophile rapist? Well, he got arrested and went to jail for trafficking a child.
Who caught him? Who reported him?
There, literally hundreds of different people. I mean, there's a reason why there's 6 million different. Jane Doe number 4. Jane Doe number 4.
They were called. A lot of them were called.
Jane Doe number 4.
They couldn't be proven because they were just accusations.
So, do you think Epstein was innocent?
No, I don't think he was innocent at all.
So, what you think that he was guilty?
The case of what you guys are saying? Yes.
Wait. What was he guilty of?
Prostitution, sex trafficking. Yes.
So he was guilty of prostitution.
I don't believe these women were held against their will like you guys were thinking. They weren't.
Wait, Janine, can you tell us what sex trafficking is?
Wait, also, just before you do that, Janine, there's a picture in the Epstein files that is redacted, but the explanation of the photo isn't. It's 5 men holding a naked, bloodied up 12-year-old girl with one of the 5 men having their fingers in her vagina.
And I'll show this. Where is the source at?
It's in the Epstein files.
Okay, give me a source.
Okay. You could
Yeah,
look
I'm not
up.
gonna see. I can't
You
talk
could
to you
look
guys
up
because
5
no,
men holding girl redacted photo Epstein
and-
files, and what you'll find
who provided that
is
picture?
is
Who provided that picture?
it was
Was it
from
just
the
sent
Epstein
in?
estate.
Woman? Okay, and who provided it? What did they say it was?
Wow, good for TikTok. She got a misinformation flag. That's some of the craziest fucking shit I've ever heard. Like, what is going on?
That's really that's just like hard shit to hear. Like, I'm just like genuinely like,
Yeah,
what
that's
the fuck
fucked
is wrong
up.
with you? What the fuck is wrong with you?
That's so fucked
You're so
up.
crazy. You don't believe any of the victims in the Epstein files, any of the survivors. Like, that's just so fucked, dude. Like, that's just rape apology to the fucking max.
I don't think it could get worse than that. Do you?
I don't know.
I think that literally might be the most foreseeably intense like variant of rape apology that like somebody can do. Like, that's just crazy. Cracker, do you support Trump?
Yes.
Do you have a name other than Cracker I could call you?
Alex.
Okay, Alex, how old are you?
35.
Okay, what year were you born in?
1989.
Okay. Are you okay?
So yeah, sorry, I was just getting my dog.
Okay, no worries. I'm going to thank a couple people, then I'll give that mic to you. Mia, I appreciate you for the $10 donation on Venmo. Let's get 100 Mia W's who says, love you, Dean. I've been watching you every day. I don't got a lot of money, but here's something. Oh, bro, Mia, I appreciate you for that. Hey, man, also, listen, if you don't got a lot of money, you don't got to donate, okay? I honestly just appreciate you for being here. Like, dead ass. I just appreciate you for being here. I appreciate you for supporting us and what we do. I appreciate you very, very much so. As well as Luck, thank you for the $15, who says, I really wish MAGA could actually think because they always just sound so dumb and it's annoying. Bro, on God, Luck. That is a philosophical revelation, dude, for real. Thank you for the $15, Luck. Let's get 150 Luck W's and another 150 Harmony W's for the $14 dono, who says, these last 2 guests have been crazy. Change that to 3 guests, Harmony. You sent that before she started talking about how she doesn't think that Epstein was a rapist. Then Nicole, thank you for the $50. I want to see 500 Nicole W's down below. Thank you for supporting what we do. Thank you so much for the $50, Nicole. That is ridiculous. That is so much money. And I appreciate you so much. Nicole, the 50 says, I turn into your debates when I need to be reminded that there is hope for a better future in America. Thank you for all that you do. Well, thank you so much for the love and support. You are awesome. Monkey, thank you for the $10, who says, been a tiny bit busy with organizing and clearing things, sending love now. I appreciate you, Monkey. Let's get 100 Monkey W's. Avery, thank you for the $10, who says, please read. You are the reason why I switched my major to criminal justice. You're a huge inspiration to me. Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy that I can inspire you to do something that you love. And I hope that you end up getting that degree and going into a related field and having a lot of fun. I appreciate you for the $10, as well as Christiana. Thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you, Christiana. That is Christiana. Thank you so much for the $50, Christiana. You are amazing. Let's get 500 Christiana W's, who says, here's $50 for your amazing work. I'm so grateful for you. Thank you so much. As well as Olivia, thank you for the $10, who says, I have a question. Let's see here. Yesterday during a debate, you mentioned that 1 out of every 5 children in West Virginia are starving. As a West Virginia, I'm curious if you've done anything to help to support these children. Well, we raise social awareness concerning public policy. We advocate for the fact that no child should be starving in America. And what we want to see is a better world where people are adequately supported through proper public policy. As well as Kyle, thank you so much for the $25, who says, Trump's supporter here. Again, much love to everybody. Don't care who you are. Kyle, Dean here. You should come up here and have a good, fruitful dialogue with me. I feel like it could actually go somewhere. Appreciate you for the $25. Veronica, thank you for the $10. Who says, thank you for always backing us as SA survivors. I appreciate you for the Veronica. As well as Liv, thank you for the $10. Who says, wish it was more, but thank you for everything that you do, Dean. Well, thank you for supporting the live stream, Liv. And then Amy, thank you. Amy, thank you for the $10. And then Joseph, thank you for the $10. I appreciate y'all. Over on PayPal, thank you for the $10. Evan, who says, just wondering how you get your hair to sit like that. It's just the middle part. And then you go on to ask, what do you ask your barber for? I don't know. I guess he just kind of knows me. I'm like cut it up, trim it up. You know what I mean? Appreciate you for the love, Evan. And then Miss Grace, thank you for the $100 donation on PayPal. Grace, that is ridiculously kind. Thank you for the love, Grace. Let's get 1,000 Grace W's. I'm very, very grateful for the love and support. Please do show some love to Grace down below in that comment section, who says, I really love everything that you do, especially with your support for survivors. It really means a lot to us. You're one of the people who gave me hope and realized that there are still good people out there. It's so sad to see how much hate people seem to have now. Thank you for being you. I agree, Grace. It's so crazy to see the level of hate that people genuinely hold in their hearts, and I just hate it so much, and I'm so sorry that you have to be a victim of what that cultivates. Thank you for the $100. And then Eve, thank you for the $10 as well. You says, you're the reason why I got into U.S. politics. Lots of love and support from Canada. Lots of love and support to Canada and to you, Eve. Appreciate you for the $14. Same thing to you, Raymond. Thank you for the $10, and shout out to you and the rest of Scotland. And then Alejandra, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. We're caught up on Venmo. We're caught up on PayPal. A couple of people to thank on Super Chat, but we're going to hold those off so we can pass the mic to the guests. Why don't you go to take it away and tell us why you support Trump, Alex?
So I'm kind of the mind of what the gentleman was saying.
Oh, wait. Also, actually, sorry. One thing that I do want to clarify on. You told us an incorrect birthday. I don't know if you did that intentionally. I do believe that you're over 18. I just thought that I'd let you know.
Yeah, no, I am.
I know. I completely believe that you're of age, but like...
Thank you.
Do you know that you got your birthday wrong?
Yeah. Sorry about that.
No worries. Take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
So this is what I'll say. Trump is definitely not very intelligent. He's not very distinguished or presidential, but I do think that he is a catalyst, and to sort of use what the other guy was saying, the lesser of two evils. So I think you young guys kind of have this idea that, you know, almost like socialist views that, you know, we can just kind of have open borders, we can, you know, have free health care, free education. And I'm not saying that some of those things aren't within reach, although I think it's difficult for a country like the US. That's kind of another topic. But I do think what Trump did is he was a catalyst for a lot of people who would probably be, I don't know if I can say the word atheist or nationalist, things like that. But I think that he woke up a lot of people to the fact that, you know, we had 4 years of an administration telling us that immigration is our greatest strength, and sort of, in my opinion, losing sight of what made this country what it is. And I think a lot of times young guys like you, well, a lot of things that aren't pretty, man. A lot of ugly stuff, a lot of war, you know, assimilation, which a lot of people don't think is a good thing, but I think in order to sustain a country like this, it's a necessity. And
well, I think it's hard to assimilate into American culture when American culture is a melting pot. You know, like the assimilation into American culture just means the expression of your individual culture as it would relate to the cohesive existence of multiculturals, of multiple cultures in the country. Like, I don't know. Like, what is assimilation into American culture? Like, I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, so I think in order to look at that, you'd have to go back to when we had a lot of migration, but you got to go back to a different time. But there was an idea behind, you know, moving to the United States and having these freedoms and these opportunities. And I think that people have lost sight of that. And I think that Trump has actually sparked that within people who you know, have had multiple generations here for a while. And I think that that's a good thing. I think the idea that, you know, we can, it's nice to say like, oh, you know, we're going to be compassionate, we're going to be welcoming, we're going to, you know, we're going to do all this stuff for all these people, we're going to be all these things to all of these people, but they can still just be who they are.
Can I just
they
tell you
don't have
something?
to.
Immigrants coming to our country, they reduce the deficit They're not a net drain on our system. I don't know why people refer to immigrants as like a net drain on our system. They actually are benefiting us.
Okay, well, Parker, let me ask you this, because I actually work with a lot of them. Do you work with many of them? I hear Dean does a lot of these backyard barbecues with them.
What is up with this like pejorative of immigrants, bro?
Because you have misconceptions. You have a lot of.
It sounds like you do. You're assuming things about all immigrants because you have a few interactions with immigrants.
But
no,
you just said you just said that I spend a lot of my time around immigrants. I do. I spend a lot of my time with immigrants and immigrant families. I do. Okay.
Fair enough.
So what do you want me to take away from that? How does this relate to your argument?
Fair enough. This is what I'll say. So like the tax thing, for instance, a lot of people, this whole idea that they're like paying a lot of taxes, that is absolutely not true. Sales tax, yes. Federal taxes, absolutely.
Wait, are we talking about immigrants as a whole or undocumented immigrants?
Undocumented.
Wait, we were making a claim about immigrants as a whole. Now, if you think that undocumented immigrants have a negative economic impact and don't pay enough into the system, but documented immigrants do, then the solution to that negative impact from undocumented immigrants is to provide them a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country. So it's actually not mass deportation that would be the solution. It's providing them mass amnesty that would be the solution.
So which of your Democratic heroes has created that path forward for them? Since you guys always go back to these Democratic politicians that supposedly are going to make all this stuff right.
We're just saying that Democratic politicians want to make the legal process go quicker, not that they're on board totally across the board for mass amnesty. Now, Democrats are more likely to support that, but I can't point to practically anyone, regardless of whether they're Republican or Democrat, that support the type of mass amnesty we're advocating for. When it comes to like the mainstream politicians, we're specifically just saying that they're closer to our position.
Well, first, what are you advocating for? You said I don't know what you're advocating for, because a lot of times it sounds like you guys just want open borders.
Okay, I'm gonna take a shot in the dark here. Would you be okay with white people being a minority in this country?
I mean, I don't think I have a choice. I think it's inevitable.
Yeah, well, if you did have a choice, would you be okay with white people becoming a minority in this country?
If I had a choice, I'll just. The easiest way for me to answer that is do I think that what our country has been, and what has been created thus far, the freedoms, the opportunities, I don't think it will maintain that way. That's why I think a lot of you young guys,
so like white
you
people
have these ideas of
created
inclusiveness.
So white people have created the ideas of freedom and opportunity, and like black and brown people really try to tear those things down.
No, I'm not saying in general that they do, but I mean, if we're being honest, who created?
Just be honest with me. We just want to know. We just want to know how you feel.
You be honest with me. Who created what we have thus far, Dean?
Well, I think that human people created what we have thus far.
No, don't lie. You're not that.
All
dumb.
of us together. All of us together.
Is the answer that you're
madness,
is the answer that you're fishing for white people?
You try way too hard.
I just want to understand what you believe and why. Is the answer that you're fishing for white people?
Yeah, I want to know what you believe and why. Okay. You can't even answer a question honestly.
See,
you won't even say that it's white people that primarily created what has made this country great.
There's a handful of issues with that statement. The first issue with this is that I was investigating your view. Okay, how about you be a good little white boy, since you're supposed to be strong and mature and whatever the fuck, and just sit down and stop talking while the real man is speaking.
I didn't say I was strong.
Yeah, just be a good white person, represents the value you claim white people represent. Sit there patiently and calm and mundane. That's honestly like the good thing. The great thing about these conversations is these people are always their own counter argument. They're like, oh, white people are so great, tempered and controlled. And, then they just come out here and they can't control themselves and act like 3-year-olds. But anyways, so I was in the middle of investigating your view. And then all of a sudden you want to throw a question back on me. It seems like you're trying to shift the burden. Okay, I'd like to investigate what you believe in and why. Okay, because I've just kind of had this like looming suspicion in the time that you've been on the live stream, maybe based on your name, it's Cracker, Ass Cracker, and just like the things that you've been saying, that it implies that maybe there's like a racialized aspect to it. So that's why I asked you that question, and it seems like you've since confirmed my suspicions. So you said that white people have predominantly created, the freedom that we have, that we have in the country that we live in. I definitely disagree with the freedom part. Okay, well, if it was still up to white people, I'm not sure that anybody but rich white men who own property would have the right to vote. Because when it was only the white people making decisions, that's the way they set it up. All right? You know, what did it take? What did it take to change that system? Well, what it first took were social enlightenment movements across the country, okay, started by who? Black and brown voices, to then build a coalition, which absolutely did include white voices too, that were willing to fight against the system, to then overthrow the system and, you know, take a big step in the liberation of the direction for freedom by what? Getting rid of slavery. Okay, well then we still have a bunch of issues on our hands. We have women don't have the right to vote. Black people don't have the right to vote. A lot of people don't have a lot of freedoms. Okay, well then what's next? Well, now women need the right to vote. We see a lot of movements disproportionately pushed for by women of color, including women not of color, to get their right to vote. Okay, who do they have to fight in order to get that right vote? Disproportionately white men. Okay, well, now we need a Civil Rights Act. Okay, so then what do? We try to pass a Civil Rights Act. Who do we need to fight in order to pass the Civil Rights Act? Republican white men, okay? And I kind of just think that there's been a history in our country where a group of people have lacked particular fundamental freedoms, which I believe to be quintessential in a functioning democracy that values the freedoms of human people. And it seems like the person that we're always fighting in order to get these freedoms are particularly bigoted white men. Okay, so like when you turn around and you're like, oh, well, guess what? White men have created these freedoms. White men have given people these opportunities. I'm just inclined to disagree with you. This isn't to say that like all white men are adjacent to freedom or the discovery of freedom, but just to say that seemingly every time in American history where there's been one group of people saying we need freedom and another group of people saying I don't want to give you that freedom, you shouldn't have that freedom, usually the group of people saying that they shouldn't have that freedom are white men.
Yeah, so the first thing that I would say is in the process of doing it, all the stuff that you just mentioned, we have lost sight of the fact that, you know, those unique freedoms, the legal structures, economic opportunities, the United States, they're, you know, inextricably linked to the specific culture, philosophical, and religious traditions of its founders. We have lost sight of that. You know it's true. You won't say it right now, but you absolutely know that it's true.
I think that we should absolutely lose sight of the cultural and philosophical ideals of the founders of this country. We should.
So in other words, you think that we will be able to sustain losing sight of what made this country what it is. So well, think of somebody that's coming over here. Hold on, just give me a second. I didn't say a word while you were speaking.
The philosophical views of the founder of the nation. They were pro-slavery. They were pro-women being housemaids. They were pro-black people being property. We're way past that now.
Okay,
but that doesn't change the fact that those were the values of the founders.
Things were not perfect. That was true throughout the world.
Okay, like
throughout the world.
Yeah, the transatlantic slave trade didn't just send slaves to America.
Yeah, the Barbary slave trade.
I want you.
It wasn't just the transatlantic.
One moment. I want you to address the last point you made. I said that we should lose sight of many of the values held by the founders of this nation. Do you agree?
What do you mean? I literally just said that no, we should not lose sight. Now, do we need to adapt? Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. We made some mistakes along the way. A lot of that just had to do with the history, the period of time that we were growing up in. You know, those people, not we, but you know, our founders, that, you know, they were coming of age and doing these things, creating these opportunities in a time where the world was by and large very barbaric. So yes, some things had to be corrected. But in the process of doing this, we have lost sight of that, of what the people who have made this country great. Now, when your whole shtick is like, you know, we want to be inclusive. We want to be.
Do you agree that Martin Luther King Jr. helped to make this country great?
Absolutely.
Okay, you do. All right. So, I mean, back to the first question that I asked you that you still haven't answered. Would you be okay with white people being a minority in America?
Well, I don't have a choice. It's inevitable.
I'm just asking you if this is something that you're okay with.
So okay, in what regard? I already said I don't think that it's.
I think we know his
maintain-
answer based upon his
Like-
unwillingness
yes,
to answer.
Parker, yes.
Like, do you
Yes,
hold
Parker,
a
you know my
particular
answer.
attitude as it relates to it? Like, I'm asking you, are there any attitudes that you hold to be the case in relation to the fact that white people are going to be a minority in America? Like, do you hold any particular attitudes in relation to that? Or do you hold this?
do.
Okay, and what are
Yes.
those attitudes?
Yes, I'm a white American. I'm raising 3 white sons. Yes, absolutely.
So what are the attitudes that you hold in relation to that fact? Are they like negative attitudes, like you don't want white people to be a minority in America? Or are they neutral
I can't
attitudes? You don't
predict-
really
I
like
cannot
care
predict
that white
the
people are going to be a
future,
minority
so-
in America? Or are they positive
I can't-
attitudes?
I
You're
can't
like,
predict the
hell
future,
yeah,
so
let's
if-
go. I'm happy that white people will be a minority in America. I'd like, are they negative, neutral, or positive?
Of course not. No, absolutely. Why would I be happy about that? See, that's the
Okay,
problem.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
the problem.
Listen.
Wait,
I'm
so
not-
what are your attitudes about it?
we're just-
Answer the question.
We're just asking you what your attitudes
Stand
are.
on your fucking beliefs, bro.
Are they negative,
But listen,
neutral,
trust
or
me,
positive?
I stand on business. You
Are
guys
they-
are the ones.
okay,
that
Then stop
can't even
evading the
answer
question
a
like it's the
simple
Matrix, bro.
question.
Yeah.
Answer the question
Then
directly.
stand on business. Are your attitudes in relation to the fact that white people will be a minority in America negative, neutral, or positive?
It depends on what the outcome of that is.
What? What is this guy, dude? Evading the question, maxing, bro. Can you
But
just answer
listen.
the question
I assure
is,
you,
oh,
I
I'm
assure
indifferent
you,
to it.
I'm
I have
not-
a problem
I'm not
with it.
evading
Oh,
the
I'm
question.
happy about it. It's very simple. How about you
Bro,
select an answer, sir?
It's not that difficult to understand.
It's multiple
I cannot
choice. Select an
predict
answer.
The future. I already said when he asked me that I expected it. So what do you mean? It doesn't mean that I don't care about the fact that who our founders were, who created these freedoms and these opportunities in this great country. Where else has it happened prior to this? Great Britain, the Roman Empire. It's like, yes, I do care about those things. I think that this is where the conversation of assimilation comes into
do you
play,
think that white
and why
culture-
somebody like Trump.
Do you think
is
that
a
white
catalyst.
culture is superior?
Is it superior? I believe in natural law, so I think that a lot of this is tied to just like your IQ and
Do you think that white people like naturally have higher IQs than other races?
Well, it depends on if you count. I don't know if I can say their name, but the tiny hats.
Yeah, bro. You could just
Anyway,
say Jewish
listen,
people,
there's
dude.
no point in us discussing
Holy
that. Let's
guy's
get
a
back to
bigot.
Donald Trump.
Dean, can I ask him a question?
Yeah, listen, bro. Listen.
I want to do this real
think
quick.
that I thought
Yeah,
I was going to
yeah.
come up
You
here
could
and
you
have
could
a
you could
conversation
ask
with
him a
you
question,
Goombas
Parker.
and not get
I just
called?
want to say, Parker.
No.
I don't think that there could be like a more bigoted answer to that question. Do white people have higher IQs than non-white people? Well, it depends on if you consider the people in the tiny hats to be white people. If yeah, then yeah, it's true they do. Holy shit, bro. Feel free to ask
it's true. I mean, hey,
Okay,
that's
wrong.
natural law.
That is
bud.
wrong. That
Hey,
is
let me
not
ask you
natural law.
something,
That is a
Dean.
lie.
Let me ask you something,
But let
Dean.
Parker ask his
buddy,
question. But that is a lie.
Dean,
That is a lie.
Dean, are
One
you
moment.
proud to be?
One moment.
Are you proud of your heritage?
Hey, buddy, I'm asking you a question.
I'm asking you a question.
No,
Are you
I'm
proud of
asking
your
you a
heritage?
question right now.
Where is your heritage from?
Hey, I'm asking you a question. He's not going to respond to you.
Exactly. You're not going to answer.
He's not going to
'cause
respond.
you're
Do you want to
scared
answer my
even
question?
be
I
proud
asked
of
you to
where
ask.
you come from.
Parker said that.
Think about how pathetic
Parker
that is.
Parker
Like,
said
seriously,
that
just
he wanted
think
to
about
ask
that
you a
for
question
second.
before you tried to ask me a question.
But just think about that. You
Listen.
can't even say yes.
trying
I'm
to pivot.
proud
Listen,
of
listen,
my
listen,
people.
listen, bro. Alex.
You know why?
I will answer the question that you asked
Because
me.
you've been conditioned.
Alex. I will answer the question that you asked me after Parker asks you his question. Now, why would I do this? The reasonable explanation for why I first want Parker to ask you his question before
Because you don't wanna
answer your question. No, bro. I'm telling you that I will. I'm telling you that I will answer.
Yeah, bro.
I'm telling you that I will
All right, go
answer.
ahead. Shoot,
I just want
Parker.
Parker to ask his question first because he said that he had a question to ask you around 2 minutes before you asked me that question.
Shoot, Parker.
Alrighty. I have a question. Do you support what Zoran Mamdani just passed, teaching kids in elementary schools Arabic numerals?
Which specific kids?
Like in
Just kids in general?
school.
I'm not familiar with.
Elementary school. They're teaching kids in elementary school Arabic numerals.
Yeah, no, I got no problem with that. I think, knowledge and wisdom are something that, yeah, I don't think that we need to only teach like English or,
No, but like mandated use of Arabic numerals.
Mandated use of it? I'd have to understand more about it. I mean, I don't
like
see,
it's in the
purpose.
curriculum.
I don't see the purpose with
It's
that.
like what the curriculum is centered around in every single school in New York.
Around teaching the kids Arabic numerals to what grade, to what degree, like
every single grade.
And then the more they progress in their grades, the more complex
I would have to
they learn
more.
with
I would have
Arabic
to understand
numerals.
more about the application.
Like the application is in mathematics. So think about it this way.
Yeah, well, the application in the everyday job or in most of our colleges is nil. So I don't know.
There's no
I'd have to know
application of
more
Arabic
about it.
numerals in
That's a
college?
great question, though, Parker. That was enlightening.
Okay.
All right, now
Thanks for
answer
your
my
answer.
question, Dean. Where does
Sure.
your family come from originally?
Can I say one more thing before?
Nope, you can't. Dean,
No,
what was your
well,
question?
I'm going to. I want to real quick. I just wanted to do it real quick. So, like, you don't have any problem with them using and centering the entire curriculum around Arabic numerals, correct?
Centering
only.
the entire curriculum?
Yes, all around that only.
Yeah, I probably do, but not for the reasons that you
So you do have
think.
an issue?
I would think so. I don't know enough about it. Dude, you're asking me about something
You think
that I
so?
know
Okay.
very, very little about.
Okay, well, I just want to. So you have a problem with us using 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9?
Oh my God, dude, that was a good one, bro. All right, Dean, where's your family from?
My
Originally,
family's from a lot of places.
do you know your history? Where?
I know some of it, but there's
Yeah.
it's,
So
there's
tell
a
me
lot
where. Where
different-
in Europe?
Okay.
Where in Europe?
Are you asking? Okay. Well, there's some of my family heritage from Europe, and some of my family heritage that is not from Europe.
Yeah. Where is it from?
I'm not going to tell you the specifics, but if you'd like to ask, like,
Look at
specifically
you,
where
bro.
in Europe,
Dude,
Wales and Germany.
this is what I'm talking about, dude.
Listen, bro.
Every time you guys are
just
some
be
smart.
listen, bro.
You guys are both pretty
I
smart
would
guys.
rather
and-
I would rather be vague with like information about like, family heritage, just for reasons of like practicality, safety, and privacy. But I'll tell you the
yeah,
heritage
because
in
if somebody
Europe.
knows your heritage,
Listen,
if somebody knows your
I'll
heritage,
tell you the heritage in Europe. I won't tell you where the other heritage is from, but the heritage in Europe is Welsh and German.
okay, are you proud of your German and Welsh heritage?
There are certain aspects of it that I'm proud of. Like, I mean, I
Yeah?
think that's a
Which
way that
one?
we should probably treat being proud of a trait or not being proud of a trait is based upon the individual properties and aspects of it. Like something that I'm proud of was, a particular family member of mine a while ago hopping on some boat because they had a terrible life in Wales, coming and immigrated into America to build a better life for her and her children. Like, yeah, I'd say that is a commendable part of my family heritage, where one member of my family demonstrated what would be bravery and tenacity, literally venturing into the unknown in an attempt to give a better life for her children. Like, yeah, okay, well, that specific, like, fact, that individual fact of my family heritage is something that I'm proud of. I say, that was a brave decision to make. You demonstrated tenacity in that decision, and you also demonstrated other positive virtues that I agree with in the attempt to fight really difficultly for a better life for your children, But it's like, the way that I would evaluate it would be on an individual basis. Okay, well, like, let's look at like one fact or one property or like one aspect of like my heritage. And then I'd say, is this one aspect good? If so, I could apply particular virtues to it, like being courageous, being honest, being virtuous, being tenacious, being brave. And I'd say, okay, I'm proud of that. Okay, well, then we look at other aspects of, heritage where these virtues are not present. You're not being brave, you're not being tenacious, you're not being courageous, okay? But you're being brutal, you're killing people, you're slaughtering people, you're self-enriching yourself at the expense of others. Okay, like, I'm not proud about that. And that's like a really good answer to give.
That's a great answer, and I'm glad that you're proud of certain aspects of, like, where your family comes from, because there's absolutely this sort of movement to, like, for people to, like, be ashamed of who they are if they're not a person, an immigrant or a person of color, and that's ridiculous. Like, that's absolutely ridiculous. I think that
I think that there's a couple things that you should understand. I think that you should be ashamed, or I think that you should condemn. Maybe that's a better word. You should condemn, like, many people that have lived throughout all of human history, including the vast majority of white individuals that have lived throughout human history, governing over the exploitation of non-white individuals. That's something that you should condemn. I mean, but then the other comment that you made that I've really been waiting to respond to for a long time now is that you think a part of natural order is that white people have a higher IQ than non-white people. So that's just not true.
Okay. Well, I don't even want to get into all that.
Oh, I want to get into that because there's nothing natural about IQ. Like, for instance, there's a study done in Iraq. There's a study done in Iraq. Before the Iraqi children had access to education, food, and water, they scored on IQ tests 40 points lower than after they had access to education, clean water, and food. Oh, wow. So it seems like your material conditions have an impact on your IQ. Okay, so it's not natural.
Good point. Is there any correlation between our IQ and the material conditions that we create for ourselves?
I think that there's a difference.
Is there any correlation?
There's a correlation between
so in
your
other
IQ
words,
and the material conditions that you live under.
Do we create those opportunities for better health, for better opportunities?
No, I don't think I don't think that you
to our
created,
intelligence.
I don't think that you created the material conditions that led to your IQ. I think that your society and those that came before you created the material conditions that led to your IQ. And that's also a descriptive claim, okay? Right? We're not saying that, like, the mechanisms and the means in which were used to create this thing were good. Or that they're bad. We're just simply stating the descriptive empirical fact that social conditions and access to resources have a strong correlate with presented IQ. Okay? Like in America, for instance, white people have a higher IQ on average than Arab individuals. Oh, wait. But then in Arab majority countries, Arab individuals have a higher IQ on average than white people.
Okay, let me ask you this. If it wouldn't have been Europeans who did the conquest, I mean, obviously,
do you think that white people are superior to non-white people? Because it seems like that's the natural conclusion of the argument.
This goes right back to what we were talking about.
I want an answer to my question. Do you think that white people are superior to non-white people?
Not until you answer this.
No. Do you think that white people are superior? Yes or no?
Bro. No, I think individually people are more superior than other people.
Okay, do you think that individually and generally white people are more superior than non-white people?
Like, if we were to look at statistics of, like, who was more intelligent.
I just want to know if you just generally think that white people are superior, bro.
No, I mean, that's just too broad of a statement. No, I'm not going to say that because I don't believe that. But this is.
Dean, Dean, his fourth repost explicitly says white people are the best.
Let me ask a question.
Like, literally, it explicitly says that white people are the best. And it says that he said we should have white pride. There should be more pride because we're the quote unquote best.
Let me ask a question. If it wouldn't have been us, if we wouldn't have been the colonizers, if we wouldn't have been the conquerors,
it literally says, it explicitly says that white people are the best. Fucking busted. Hey, by the way, guys, if you're curious of where the phrase dog whistle comes from, it comes from people like this. It's because they know that their views aren't socially accepted in the mainstream. So when they're interacting in the mainstream, they'll never explicitly say that they think white people are superior. They'll never explicitly say that they think that black and brown people are inferior. The same way that this guest has refused to explicitly say any of those things. Okay, but what those are, they're dog whistles, okay, right, that encapsulate the view that white people are superior by, like, pulling out some shit about, like, natural law and IQs. Okay. But then when they're in private, not in the mainstream, that's where they explicitly say, as Parker pointed out in this guest's 4th repost, oh, white people are the best. No, this is a white supremacist. Yeah. So white supremacy is wrong.
Hey, buddy,
what
turn your camera on.
repost are you talking about?
Hey, buddy, turn your camera on. Hey, turn your camera on.
What repost are you talking about?
Your 4th repost. Dean just watched it too. It explicitly says that they said white people are the best. That's explicitly what they said.
Well, you're
and that you
full of
should have
shit.
more quote unquote white
You're
pride.
full of shit.
No, bro.
Oh my God.
I'm full of shit. That's what your
I'm
4th
not-
repost says.
I'm not joking. That's actually your 4th repost. It says that white people are the best and we should have white pride. I'm not even trolling.
Bullshit.
Your
Yeah,
reposts
like,
are public.
I literally looked at it. I'm not making this up.
Wait, this isn't like some
whatever,
dude. This
dude.
isn't like
I
some
don't-
hidden fact. We don't have access to information that other people don't. Like literally anybody could like go to your account right now. You only have 6 reposts, and then they just count 1, 2, 3, and 4. They go to your 4th repost. Then around 3/4 into the
I
video,
have
it just
never-
straight up says that white people are the best.
I have never posted anything that just
It is
explicitly
publicly
said
reposted on your
white
account. I just
people
looked at
are
it.
the best. All right, listen. Let me ask you this: if it wasn't YT people that did that,
Bro, let
would
me
it-
just
would it have
play.
been
Let me just
somebody-
play you this video. I'm gonna play everybody's video.
There's one thing you could improve in white culture. What would you improve?
If I could improve one thing with the white people, I would say pride. We are the best. It's time to start acting like it.
There it is.
And then
Yeah,
it's
that's
an
not
edit
me,
of white
fool.
people.
That's Frojax. That's Frojax.
You
That's,
reposted
Jackson
it, genius.
Price. Yeah, no shit. That's not me though.
So what? This is like Trump's justification for like, I reposted them. Even the person who said hang them said it. Okay, I didn't say it. I
Okay, let's
reposted
get-
it actually, okay?
Let's get back to Trump real quick, because I know you guys.
What are
gonna
you
be like,
talking about,
"Fuck
bro?
You
You
racist."
reposted this. Hello?
Wait.
Yeah, I thought you were saying a post of me.
Silence. Your newest repost is about how Christian nationalism is actually a good thing. So you're Christian. I want to ask you a question.
No,
Was
not
Jesus
until you answer
Christ
my
white?
question.
Oh, he won't answer this.
Was Jesus Christ white?
I mean, it wouldn't make sense that he was white. No.
Oh, so he wasn't white. No, I have a question though, and this is actually a really important.
That was a good one.
question. So, who is the only perfect human that has
Notice how
ever
they
lived?
don't answer any of my questions.
As you're actively
Notice how
running
they
from
can't
it,
answer
as
any
you're
of my
actively
questions.
running from
Just
a
to
question,
answer this
as
one
you're actively,
question. No, you're
why would I
actively
let you
running 'cause
interrupt
I
my
asked you a
dialogue
question
train?
4
Why would I let
questions
you
ago.
interrupt my dialogue train?
4
Who is the
questions ago,
only
I
perfect
asked you a
human?
question.
Who is
I've
the
answered
only?
every
Who is the
single
only?
one of your
Who is the
questions.
only perfect human that has ever existed, my friend?
I'm not going to answer till you answer my question.
Okay, because if it's true that Jesus was not a white man, and it's also true that Jesus is the only perfect human that has ever lived, then this actually means, like unironically,
Yeah,
that the
that's not
best,
a gotcha,
most
bro.
superior
You
human
think
that has
that you-
ever walked this
What
earth
have I been talking
wasn't
about this
white.
whole time? I've been talking about assimilation. I've been talking about natural law.
Yeah, so
you think
it's
that's
actually
a gotcha?
the
That's
repost
not a
he
gotcha.
made.
Well,
Dean was wrong because when he says white people are the best,
True.
if he's Christian, he has to assert that's false.
Yeah.
Because a non-white individual is God.
Yeah, and why? Oh, we should assimilate into the brown man's culture of like everlasting life and peace and love and perfect
Hey, so
divine
answer my
creator
question now.
that
If it
that
hadn't been
predated
us,
the
would it have
origins
been
of the
somebody
universe. That can we agree
See, y'all are
that
scared.
can we agree
Y'all are
can we
scared
agree
to
that we
answer
should
that
assimilate
question.
into the brown
Can
man's
we agree
culture?
that you're scared to answer this
Can we
question?
agree that you're scared to answer
Can we
my
agree-
question? Can we agree that we should assimilate into the brown man's
Can
culture?
we agree that you
like
look
Christianity?
like more like Chucky every day?
Oh, wow,
Child's
good,
play.
good one, bro. Turn that camera on. Let's see how you look. You'll never do it. Can we
Yeah,
agree?
turn the camera on and answer Dean's question.
Yeah,
You
can
won't
we
do
agree that
either
we
of
should
them because you're a
assimilate-
scared little fucking loser.
Can we agree that we should
you're
assimilate?
real tough,
Can we
Parker.
agree that we should assimilate into
Then
the?
turn your
Dude,
camera
every
on,
time
little
I come
kid.
on here, you guys
You're such
look
a
a little
coward.
bit more
You're such a
like
coward.
chicks.
Turn your camera on.
Can
Every
we
I'll
time
say
I
it with
come
my
on
face.
here, you
Will
guys
you?
look a little bit
Can-
more
just-
like chicks. I'm not even kidding.
Just
dude.
bro, just can we agree that we should assimilate
but
into the
anyway,
brown
can-
man's
are you-
culture?
let me ask you.
Just
do
no,
you
no,
have
just
the-
like can we agree that everybody alive should assimilate
do
into
you
the
have
brown
the
man's
courage to
culture?
answer that question?
Do you have the courage
You
to
have
answer
the
this
courage to
question?
answer that
Can you agree that everybody
If it
alive
hadn't been
should
us,
assimilate into
would
the
it have
brown
been
man's man's culture?
Somebody else.
Just answer the question. Bro, just answer the question. Bro, just answer the question. You're running. You're actually dodging. You're actually dodging, bro. Can we agree that everybody alive should assimilate into the brown man's culture?
You're such little babies. You're so
he can't do it, bro. He can't do it, bro. As he's actively running away, can you agree that everybody alive should assimilate into the brown man's culture?
And you haven't answered my
bro. Welcome on to the dialogue choo-choo train, where you have to answer preliminary questions to investigate a view with the interrogation of an argument. It was because I'm interrogating you. I'm in the middle of making an argument against you, bro. When I'm on the dialogue train and I'm actively running a dialogue tree against you, aka asking questions to yield an answer that then play an integral part in an argument that I am making against you. You can't be like, oh, bro, Dean, you've asked me 2 questions, therefore I get to ask you 2 questions. Nah, bro, that's not how it works. And my 2 questions were related to one another and also related to a larger dialogue tree to yield a conclusion to refute your claims. Well, then you have to wait until I run the entirety of the dialogue tree against you and I yield the conclusion that refutes your claims. And seemingly, we are now at the very end of the dialogue tree. The very end of the dialogue tree. There's nowhere further to go from here. This is where we hop off the train after this last answer to this last question. You agreed that Jesus was not white, probably brown, and then you agreed that he's the only perfect human that has ever lived. So my question for you, Mr. White people by natural law are better than non-white people, Mr. White people are the best, Mr. Assimilate to white culture, can you agree that rather you are wrong, totally wrong, in the fact that everybody alive should assimilate to the brown man's culture, talking about Christianity? Parker, how many times do you think he's going to pivot?
If it hadn't been us, would it have been somebody else?
Dodge, bro.
Would somebody else be the one with the target on their back right now?
Dodge, bro.
That's just a simple question.
Yeah, cool, bro. It's a dodge, man.
Yeah, exactly. You won't answer it because you're so scared of being called a racist.
Yeah,
you're so scared.
Yeah, bro.
You're so scared of not fitting into...
If you just repeat it enough times, eventually it'll be true, bro. I swear. I promise that it's not rather that I'm refusing to answer your question because you're attempting to interrupt me and my argument with it because you're scared of answering my question that I asked first. So fucking true, dude.
Dean, he knows this is the defeater. That's what it is.
Yeah, bro. This is
he
the
knows
defeater.
He's cooked.
This is the defeater. This guy's explicitly arguing that white people are the best. This guy's explicitly arguing that everybody should assimilate into white culture. Okay, he's a Christian. Okay, his God was brown. Okay, that God, that man, Jesus Christ that was brown, shared a culture with the world. What was that culture? The canon of the scripture, the moral testaments of God, an everlasting life if we're able to come into communion with God and facilitate a productive relationship with our Creator. Okay, that was that brown man's culture. Okay, that leaves me with a very obvious last simple question that also happens to serve as a defeater to your view that white people are the best and everybody should assimilate to white culture. That question being, well, do you think that everybody alive should assimilate to that brown man's culture?
So when you say that, are you saying that if people come to the United States and become like the people that have been living here, they're assimilating to white culture? That's what that is?
Bro, that's what you're arguing, that people should assimilate to white culture because white people are the best.
That's not what I'm arguing.
Yes,
what did
bro,
the Italians do?
It literally
what did the
is.
Irish do?
Just tell me, do you think
Greeks
that... By the way, he completely dropped his question, but he's still trying to avoid an answer to mine. I'm going to give you one last opportunity, then I'm going to kick you and thank you for playing because you've so clearly played yourself. Do you think that everybody alive should assimilate to the brown man's culture?
Just say you're afraid. If you're scared, say you're scared.
Okay,
say,
bro.
I like this platform.
Are you saying that to yourself in the mirror right now?
Bro, exactly, Parker. Like, when are you going to stop talking in the mirror and start talking to us, particularly answering the question that I've been asking you? Like, he's so fucking terrified. The white man, we're oppressing this white man, guys. We're giving him what he wants. We're oppressing the white man.
Yeah, stop looking in the mirror and turn your damn camera on and speak up, you fucking wimp. How about you stand on your views and turn your camera on, you fucking wimp? If you're so great, if you're so much better than everyone else, turn your fucking camera on, you coward.
Answer one of my questions.
Nah, sorry, bro. I'm gonna press
You'll get
an
an answer to your question as soon as you answer any of these questions. Go ahead, coward.
Yeah, sorry, dude. I'm gonna press you a little bit harder. You don't have another option. You need to answer the question. Come on, bro. Answer the question, dude. Let's hear the answer to the question. Well, actually, like last chance though, bro. Like, yeah, Jesus Christ. If you're just not gonna answer the question because you're a scared little wimp.
This is your last chance. Answer my question, and I'll answer yours.
Okay. See, I don't work on bad faith conditionals that are not derivative from the impairment of from the discourse. Okay. And the reason why that would not be derivative of the dialogue is very clear. I've given you what is called an argument. How have I given you this argument? I've given you this argument
Dude, I brought
by
up the
getting
subject.
you to hop aboard the dialogue train, and then I asked you a series of questions. The first question was, do you think that Jesus is God? The second question was, do you think that Jesus was brown? The third question was, do you think that Jesus is the only perfect human that has ever lived? You said yes, yes, and yes. All right. Well, you were happy to be aboard the dialogue choo-choo train. They're the first and only 3 questions imperative to my argument. But see, the thing is, when we attempt to argue, we need to be able to yield conclusions. One moment. We need to be able to yield conclusions from our arguments. So now it is time to yield a conclusion from my argument. No, why would I be scared? I'm the one trying to press on through the direction of dialectic by getting you to yield a conclusion from my argument. No, my argument came first. You said this yourself. You said, Dean, you've asked me a couple questions. Now I want to ask you a question. And then I explained to you the reason why I'm not going to let you do that is because I'm asking you these questions for a reason. The reason why I'm asking you these questions is to make an argument. Okay? Like what is so difficult? Yes, in the middle of my attempt to make an argument against you. Okay? That is what we call a pivot. That is what we call a dodge. That is what we call a changing the subject objection. Okay? To be clear, bro. To be clear. The questions that I asked you were in an attempt to make an argument against you. I think that is so simple and elementary to understand.
The same thing applies to mine.
So you started attempting to make an argument against me when I was already in the middle of making an argument against you. Yeah, bro, that's what we call a pivot. That's what we call a burden shift. When you want to interrupt the argument that somebody else is making against you by in turn making an argument against them, that's what we call a burden shift. One second. Do you know what a burden shift is? Do you know what a burden shift is?
Do you know
what a burden shift is? Do you know what a burden shift is? Do you know what a burden shift is? Do you know what a burden shift is? Bro, I'm actively trying to explain to you. I'm actively trying to explain to you how you are engaging in this argument in a very bad faith demeanor, in a very bad faith way. How you are evading the argument that I'm attempting to make against you. And then you won't even answer the clarifying questions to understand why you're engaging in the argument in bad faith. Do you know what a burden shift is? Genuinely, do you?
As soon as you answer my question.
Oh my God, he doesn't vote. Okay, I'll tell you what a burden shift is. So a burden shift is when you have a burden to demonstrate what you are saying is true. Okay, so I was interrogating the burden. One moment. I was interrogating you with a series of questions as a larger part of an argument to demonstrate why what you're saying is false. Once I asked the 3 and only 3 questions of my argument, listen, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt the real man while he's speaking. Don't interrupt the real man while he's speaking. Bro, hey, don't interrupt the real man while he's speaking. Don't interrupt the real man while he's speaking. I'm trying to give you a lesson. I'm trying to teach you the basics in debate because clearly you came to this conversation
inequipped. You got a lot more education to get before you school.
Yeah, bro. What's your theory of justification? Since you want to talk about education and debate, what's your theory of justification? Oh, you're not familiar with the Agrippa's trilemma? You're not familiar with Agrippa's trilemma that attempts to reduce any attempt to justify a belief to dogmatism, circularity, or an infinite regress. And then you're not familiar with the three theories of justification born out of the Agrippa's trilemma, such as foundationalism, coherentism, or infinitism, and how we could use those theories to justify beliefs. But I'm the one that needs to learn more about the theory of debate and argument, in which requires justifying the beliefs in which we hold and explaining to others why we find them to be reasonable. That's right. Sit the fuck down. You just got knowledge gapped, and answer the question. Okay. Do you think that everybody? Okay, bro.
I will gladly
answer yours. Thanks for playing, bro. Thanks for playing, bro. All right, bro. I'll give you. You have tenacity. I'll give you that, bro.
He was such a whiny little wimp. Like, he wouldn't turn his camera on or answer the question because he knew he would lose. He would lose.
Nah, bro.
Why would he be so scared, bro? He was trying to say that we're scared, and then literally was just doing that. Like, I swear, he was just talking into the mirror because he was too scared to turn his camera on.
Yeah, yes, tenacity, dude. The one thing that guy had, okay, because he didn't have a brain. The one thing that guy had was tenacity. I will give him that. I've never seen, in the years I've been doing debates, I've never seen somebody put that much effort into avoiding answering a question. I've never seen it before. Honestly, bro, never seen it. Usually they fold. At some point in time, after I repeat the explanation of why they have an obligation to answer the question that was asked of them, after I repeat that like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times, they eventually fold and they answer the question as it would relate to the argument I'm making an interrogation of the view. That guy, he didn't fold. All right. He has tenacity. But, because of that, clearly we're going to look for somebody that isn't scared to be proven wrong. Listen, folks, I want to make that clear to the class, okay? All of the Trump supporters in the queue. If you want to come up here and debate, that's fine. I love that. We're looking for people to debate 110%. But the thing is, when we're able to get you in a corner that demonstrates that the things that you are saying are false, you can't just start lashing out and going crazy because the things that you're saying are false. And honestly, if that is the manner of character that you would like to uphold living life, just stay the fuck away from debate lives. Go be an immature little kid who can't understand why you're wrong when you're proven wrong somewhere else, dude. Okay? But in a debate live, you kind of have to fulfill this necessary prerequisite of being willing to accept when you're wrong, or at the bare minimum, at least being willing to allow other people to prove you wrong, even if you don't accept it. Okay, and that was that guy's issue. He said, oh, fuck, Dean has me in a corner if I don't start just going crazy and becoming the most insufferable person alive. Dean is going to use the corner that he's put me in like a good little boy to show the class why I'm wrong. Okay, so then he just started like smearing his shit on the walls, screaming at the top of his lungs, and throwing a tantrum like a goddamn newborn baby. All right, that's what we observed together. That's what we've observed together. But anyways, we got a couple people to thank. On Venmo, thank you. Ariana, I appreciate you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Michael, thank you so much for the $5. Bleth, thank you so much for the $10. Who says, I'm an autistic legal historian from Alabama and your history breakdown was on point. I appreciate you, Blith. Thank you so much, Monkey, for the $10. Who says, quote unquote, saying America needs to make bad things, needs to do these bad things to make it better when we are actually doing better under Biden and without those bad things is just crazy. Oh yeah, remember that was somehow all consequential of that guy telling us he was a Trump supporter. Thank you so much, Mary, as well for the $20. I appreciate you, Mary. Let's get 200 Mary W's down below. I'm very, very grateful for you. Molly, thank you for the $15. Who says, thank you for everything that you do as a psych and criminal justice major. What you're doing is so important. I'm very, very thankful for you, Molly. Thank you for tuning in. I always see you here. Just know that I appreciate you. Devin, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Says split with Parker. Got that. I got you, bro. Thank you for the $10. Amy with the $10 as well. Thank you so much. And then Amy with the $1, Liv with the $5, and another Amy with the 10. Appreciate you. Over on YouTube, thank you, Mario, for the $10. I'm not going to read that. Lord T with the $10 says, it's a full moon tonight and these crazies are coming out. Fuck these fragile, hashtag emotional, weak-minded Christo-nationalist idiots. They're always the victims. Fuck these assholes. They're just so fucking crazy, bro. They're just so fucking crazy, man. Holy cow. They're always a handful. As well as Seconds, thank you for the $20. Who says, fun fact, the U.S. didn't want to say that Jesus wasn't white, that they classified Middle Eastern / North African people as white in court, Dow v. the United States. Whoa, that's crazy. As well as T with the $20 says, I wonder if this caller with his innate heritage and granted high IQ will know Arabic numerals are just the numbers that we use in school. Turns out he didn't. Nick, thank you for the $20. I appreciate you, Nick. Let's get 200 Nick W's. And then Mario, thank you for the $50, man. That is very kind of you. Thank you so much for the love and support. Let's get 500 Mario W's. I'm very, very grateful for you. Thank you so much for the love and support, Mario. I have not heard of that. It kind of sounds like a self promo. So for that reason, I'm going to keep that message to myself. Just know that I'm very grateful for you. Peas with the $20 says, what a diabolical time to wake up from a nap. Yeah, bro. So true. Angelina would thank you for the 28 Canadian dollars. I appreciate you. Thank you, Angelina. And then Goo, thank you for the $20. Who says, hey, Dean, I want to thank you guys for all that you do. I don't know if you've seen it or not, but MIT has a free living wage calculator broken down state and county. It could be helpful for people who love the minimum wage from Hunter. Oh, wow, Hunter. I will definitely check that out. 100%. I'll definitely check that out. A couple people to thank over on PayPal real quick. Let's see here. Thank you so much, Kaya, for the $5. Kai, thank you for the $5. And then Kaylee, thank you for the $30, who says, as a woman who's just starting college and is being surrounded by MAGA, it means a lot to watch your debates and know that there's still some people out there that want us to have rights in the future. Thank you for what you do, Dean. Well, thank you for the support, Kaylee. And I'm so happy that you appreciate and enjoy what we do. Same thing to you, Victoria. Thank you for the $10. And then Lauren, thank you for the $12. And I'm so sorry to hear about your strokes. I'm happy to hear that you are continuing to get better, though. Thank you so much for the love and support. I think that is it for the day. I appreciate you guys so much for all the love on Venmo and PayPal. All the donors. Huge shout out to you as well, McKenna, for the $20, who says, I've never heard anybody with more of a justified need for an anxiety pin than you. Go get another one. I appreciate you, McKenna. I know that that's a joke, but it's like in a non-joking, serious, not funny way that is actually one of the things that makes it very hard for me to quit. Parker, you going to be going live?
Yeah, I'm about to hop on right now.
Hi, bro. You still on the second account?
Yep. Still haven't got a response back on TikTok for my main account, which is a little bit unfortunate, but
okay.
We'll live. All right, appreciate you, man. Have a good rest of your night, bro.
You too. For everybody that tuned in to the live stream today, that was the Dean Withers Show. 4 hours of back and forth conversation with crazy lunatics for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you found any value in what you watched today, if you didn't, I won't call you crazy. Go ahead and hit that follow button in the top left-hand corner of your phone screen on TikTok. It's totally free to do so. Same thing with if you're a YouTube viewer, hit that subscription button over there. If you want to go show Parker some love, he's going to be doing debates for a handful of hours. Head over to the handle @ParkerGetARealJob on TikTok. Once again, that is @ParkerGetARealJob on TikTok. If you're watching on YouTube, head over to @ParkerGetAJob. That's it for me. Maybe, just maybe, a couple of you guys will be able to find me on my alt account joining random abortion lives until 1 a.m. tonight. Peace, love, good night, and goodbye.